together. And so we've got an AI profile, and we've also got a data set profile. So we can start to capture this information and marry it with the code that is being running on these systems, so we have some clue when things go wrong, where it could be coming from.
Mm-hmm. And the things that go wrong can be more than vulnerabilities now, because they can be corrupted data sets or something like that.
Yeah, or it gets into the safety space. We all know that, like, the autonomous cars, and there's all these issues with autonomous cars. Well, AI models trained on data sets, running with software. Those are the things that are all coming together right now that we really need to work on, pulling a story, making sure that we can have a line of sight into trying to debug when there's issues, or do recalls, or say that things have expired and they need to be retrained. So there's different parameters that are important in these areas than we've been looking at traditionally with just software. There's a lot in common, don't get me wrong, but there's some other properties, like, is some of this stuff confidential? Are there some known biases? Things like that we want to start recording too.
S-bombs have been around for a long time, just not many people use them, and now it seems like everybody and his brother suddenly wants an S-bomb.
Yeah.
What has that been like? Because now, you guys are at the center of that conversation, so you have all kinds of people throwing up input that you haven't seen
Input
before.
is welcome, okay? Well, we very much welcome, if you've got a scenario and you want to figure out how you represent it with an S-bomb, if we can't tell you how we can do it with the fields we've got today, we'll work with you to figure out what's missing and try to get into the next release of the standard. One of the things we've done with the SPDX project is a couple years ago we actually took it to ISO and we made it an international standard. So we went through the full rigor of the international reviews and everything else. And so getting it to the stage where it can be used internationally as a standard as opposed to just ad hoc or de facto was important to the project. And so the Linux Foundation helped sponsor us to do that as a community. And so we've got that. And then we put out a 2.3 last year to improve interoperability with others. And so that slowed us down a little bit on 3.0 because we were trying to be collaborative as these things go. But then we came out with, so we've come, now it's time for 3.0. And this is where we can introduce the AI, we can introduce the machine learning. We're introducing some more security hooks because people want to record certain pieces of information in the specifications. And security is the reason that you're seeing the S-bomb being so popular now, is the cybersecurity problems that are out there. People are recognizing that we need to start doing things differently at scale. And part of that is the transparency. And some of the big drivers on a lot of this stuff are the regulatory agencies. Now, and the various industry groups like automotive, but like the FDA is the only one that was able to preserve, you must have an S-bomb or we're not going to take anything from you, which was the direction that the executive order was heading a couple of years ago. And so as of, I think this month actually, May, you cannot put a medical device into the FDA unless you have an S-bomb. They will, I think it's refused to consider or something like that. There's some term that they're using anyhow. But they're sort of saying, hey, if you want, the same way they want to know all the ingredients in these prescriptions, they want to know all the ingredients in the software and how it's going to be used so that they can help assess whether it'll be safe for people. And I kind of applaud that myself.
It seems to me, at least, that people are interested in S-bombs, and that's great, but we don't have a lot of insight into how to operationalize the S-bombs. And so is that something the foundation's going to help people with figuring out, or how does that kind of come together?
I think there's, so there's a lot of work going on with the CISA folk on operationalizing this. It actually has been operationalized, just not talked about loudly because of the open source licensing. However, in large organizations, the legal team may not talk to the security team and vice versa. Or the OSPO team may not talk to the security team. We have these silos happening, but the information is there in parts of the organization, and the stuff you keep for the legal folk, which is what are the components and what are the relationships between them, what are the dependencies, is the same thing we need for the security people and the same thing we need for the safety. Except the safety may need to take you down from the component level down to the source too, because the standards call for that.
There are multiple S-bomb formats floating around. Will these become interoperable over time?
Well, see your earlier comment about the 2.3 release? The SPDX community deliberately put that out to help do round tripping between the Cyclone DX and the SPDX. It would be nice if the Cyclone DX did a little bit more to be more interoperable with SPDX, but I'm not in that community, therefore they're the ones who are going to have to change on their side if they want to do more.
How will SBOMs stay current? One of the things that happens is a lot of people are updating software frequently, some daily, some hourly. How does that SBOM know what's in there?
Every time you update an image, daily, hourly, whatever, you're creating an executable. If we have the SBOM generation in the build flow, every time you're putting out an image, you should be putting out an SBOM. So you always have a view as to what is currently there. And you don't want to be amending your SBOM, you want to just be generating it out. Or in other applications, there's reasons to do amendments and things like that. Like when you say, oh, this one, I'll put out something that says this one has a vulnerability because I found it later. But every time you spit out a build output, you should have an SBOM. But that's not the only type of SBOM out there, and that's why people get confused. So in addition to being a build SBOMs, which is what the security people have been mostly focusing on, there's the source SBOMs, which is what the legal folk have been focusing on. That's the terms of use, right? And you need both of them for safety. So you need the build SBOMs and the safety, but then you also potentially need how you deploy that application. So you need to record that. So all the configuration information is key for understanding, am I vulnerable or not? And do I have an issue or not? Do I need to remediate or not? And so these are things that are, where I think we're at the cusp of getting some really good scaling happening. But the operationalizing, as you say, is what we need to be focusing on.
All right. You mentioned safety, and I know that Zephyr is part of your world. So where does Zephyr, safety, and SBOMs come together?
Okay. So Zephyr has an ability, when you actually do any build, you do a pre-command, and then anything you issue out will have an SBOM. In fact, it has 3 SBOMs. So every build image has 3 SBOMs. One for the application sources, one for the Zephyr sources, and then one build SBOM that refers back to the application sources and back to the Zephyr sources so that the .O's from the .C's are mapped, and the .O's that go into the libraries are explicit, and the libraries that get combined into that final ELF image that you're going to download are all explicit. So you can go from that ELF image you're going to be putting on a system, trace it back through exactly which libraries were formed with which sources, and have complete line of sight. And the benefit of that is meaning all those false positives that are out there on, the scanners and things like that, you can be authoritative that no, you don't have a problem. So you get rid of a lot of work by taking that level of traceability. And hopefully more of the industry will wake up to that, that we need to be able to have that traceability so we can get rid of the false positives.
You mean the scan I didn't run in the first place because I was afraid there's too many false positives? So
Yeah.
therefore, and that would be
So you just do it in the build, and then you just know exactly what's there. And, oh, hey, what brought this lesson home to me and some of the other people in Zephyr was when Amnesia 33 came out. Okay, it was a result of FNet and some FNet code that was widely used in the embedded ecosystem. And so that FNet code, if you looked at the module level, you'd say FNet's there in our LTS. It wasn't in our current type of tree, but it was in our LTS. However, when you actually look for the files that had the vulnerability were not there at all. And we had no real way of signaling it other than writing a blog post. But being able to be explicit about saying, hey, these files are there or not, means you have to do work or you don't have to do work. And that's going to save time.
I am sure we have some folks watching this that are going, what's a Zephyr? So.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So Zephyr is a real-time operating system. It's been designed to be, when Linux is too big, it's designed for that. And we wanted to make sure we had a safe and secure option that could be used when you can't use Linux. And so what it has is it uses a lot of sort of best practices from Linux. Things like the kconfig, the device tree. It has maintainer hierarchies. It has a code looking very familiar. But it is available to work with the ecosystem, and so it's like 10K and up, as opposed to Linux doesn't get smaller than 3 meg. So on those sensors and actuators, you still want something with potentially some security, but you're not going to be able to put enough memory for a 3 meg system or power for a 3 meg system. And so we get it finding in interesting places right now.
So what is the latest on the Zephyr project?
Well, latest on the Zephyr project is we're busy working towards our next LTS release, which is a long-term stable, which we'll put out next year. There's new features coming in every day. Right now with Zephyr, we're finding new products every day, which is the fun part for me. One of the ones that I was really excited to learn about, because I'm, like I say, my hobby is wildlife photography, okay?
Okay.
And I've been to Africa and things like that. And obviously poaching of rhinos is a big problem in Africa for the horns.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things they've done is the company Ernas, who's one of our members, has basically worked with the conservation people, and they've designed a little implant, and they drill a hole in the rhino's horns, put in the implant, and patch it up, and so that you can't detect whether it's there or not, but it's sending a GPS signal, and so the battery has to last for 2 years, because you're not going to be changing the battery on that rhino horn, right? And so what they do when the battery stops is they'll put another one in. But this gives them a way of tracking the rhinos, and so if they suddenly see the rhino stops moving, or they see it suddenly starts moving at different speeds, they can actually have the evidence to trace back and prosecute.
Right. I mean, the rhino won't show up for a tune-up? I don't understand.
Well, it is what it is. But yeah.
Bringing this a little full circle, so these Zephyr use cases are very much in safety applications, medical, automotive, where SBOMs are going to be requirements, it
Correct.
seems like. Are we seeing more regulations coming down the pike in that way?
Yeah, we are. We're seeing a lot from the FDA in particular for the medical devices. They are insisting now on having the SBOMs available for any device that's going through their assessments and so forth. They want to see the SBOM information. For the Europeans are also starting to expect the SBOMs in some of their areas in the IoT space in particular, as well as some of the regulated industries. And so I think more and more you will see, there's been some pushback in the industry because, they don't want to do this, it's scary and new. But basically I think the pressure is now there that it really does need to be done as an element of hygiene. And so people are working on operationalizing it, making it more efficient. There's lots of open source options out there, and there's lots of commercial options out there. And the commercial options like Synopsys behind me and some of the other ones here are all working with SBOMs and ingesting them as well as exporting them. And as we can get the ingest and the export happening in both directions, we start to make the knowledge flow through the supply chain, which is what's needed.
Will we get to the point where I'll essentially have like a red light, green light system for deploying something based on what's in the SBOM?
Yeah, I think we are. There's actually working on with the labeling authorities. I was talking to our researchers who's working with them on coming up with effectively a equivalent of a food label, but a label for security to sort of assess various properties and come up with effectively a red or green type of light. And so I think consumers reports and those guys are interested in this whole area. And so I think this stuff will eventually feed in. There's so many applications this stuff can feed into to use the data to make it better for people. And so it's really exciting to see where it's emerging.
You talked about using SBOMs to track the data that's being used to drive the AI model, but can I use AI to drive the deployment and management of SBOMs?
Software for software, huh?
Why not?
Yeah. I suspect we'll see that. Someone will think it's a good idea and move it forward. And, realistically, all you really need is a database, and you need good querying abilities. And part of what we're doing with the SPDX3 is designing it to go into databases and have schemas generated automatically. So that was part of the restructuring we did on the internal underneath model. Because with this format, we can generate JSON, YAML, XML, RDF, spreadsheets, tag value. It's a language, effectively. And people were ingesting these documents and setting up their own databases internally and doing it all a little bit differently. So we went, okay, and this is where our work with MITRE was, to come up with what they needed for a database underneath. And so we basically, the two communities really collaborated together to come up with the latest version of the specification so that we could have something that would work for databases as well as export and import. And that's going to be fun.
Some folks are a little concerned that the S-bomb will surface their secret sauce for how they built things. So how do I kind of protect my quote-unquote intellectual property, or is...
So you can think of it as a S-bomb is a roadmap for the defender, not the attacker. The attackers know this stuff anyhow. So, realistically, try to give the people who are trying to do the right thing a fighting chance is what it's happening. And realistically, you can say how much of it you're sharing or not. You don't have to put everything out in public, okay? You can be applying, NDAs, you can be applying, other things. You can have business relationships like you do with executables today. So, as you negotiate your contract to get a product, you negotiate at the same time to get the S-bomb for it, such that if something goes wrong, you have a chance of detecting it.
Yeah.
And, if whatever terms you're putting your executable on, you may want to put the S-bomb under the same terms.
Yeah. What's your best advice then to somebody who's kind of trying to figure out how to operational S-bombs and put this together in a workflow? What should they be thinking about? What's the cart and what's the horse?
I think the first thing to think about here is where you see risk. What risks do you want to protect against? And then figure out what types of S-bombs you'll need in order to figure out what risk you want to mitigate. So if the risks are security risks, you'll probably want to see more build S-bombs. Okay? And so if someone's giving you things, asking for the build S-bombs, and then being able to import it so you can look up and cross-check that there's vulnerabilities. There's open source tools out there, and there's lots of good commercial tools out there too. And so just working with the people who have the tooling out there, if you don't want to do it yourself, but if you don't have the budget to work with, the commercial vendors, there's open source options. Like the SPDX projects puts out tools to validate you've gotten a valid S-bomb, for instance. Someone's giving you an S-bomb. Is it real? Is it garbage or is it something useful? You can at least check that it follows the syntax with the online tools. You can at least check that it follows the NTI minimum elements, which is what people are generally agreeing on as a definition. And so these things become, step by step, how it gets interesting. So you can there's things that are online, you can do the quick checks, and then you can build up your sophistication over time.
So what has taken us so long to get this point? Because on the face of it, it seems like, so we're putting a list of ingredients on our packaging. I mean, we've been doing that with food and everything else for decades. So why are we just getting here with software?
I started working on this back in 2010, okay? It seemed obvious to me then. Mm-hmm. I had to go and adhere to the licenses, but I had to figure this out. And there wasn't, I think, enough pain in the ecosystem until all these vulnerabilities happened that people were motivated to change. And so I think the scale of, and there really wasn't as much open source in the ecosystem either. Mm-hmm. And right now people just they would write their code, they would ship it their product, they'd have much more scope of line of control over everything. And now there's pieces that are potentially changing out from under them, and they may not know about them, and that's more like the number of components has gone exponentially, the number of part of open source. You just have to look at some of the surveys coming out and you'll see it. It's pretty prevalent.
All right, folks, you heard it here. First off, there are no secrets. Second thing, do the right thing and make it easier for everybody else to secure their software once they buy it from you or download it from you or however they got it. Kate, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for the interest.
Folks, we'll be back in a minute.
Techstrong TV.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're at the Open Source Summit in Dublin. We're talking with James McLeod. We're going to be talking about financial services industry and how they're working with open source software because, as we all know, those guys got some unique requirements. James, welcome to the show.
Hi, it's really great to be here. It's great to be here with everybody, both in person and also virtually.
Yeah. So the challenge with open source and financial services is what exactly? What makes them worthy of having this dedicated function within the Linux Foundation compared to any other vertical industry?
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting question. So financial services for a very long time has been very regulated and locked down. So much so that it's been baked into our engineering culture that people shouldn't peer inside our repos or contribute to code that doesn't belong to a specific team. But when it comes to digital transformation and DevOps and FinOps and cloud migration and the direction of travel within software engineering in general, it doesn't lead to any efficiency or acceleration. So what we're doing within FinOps is teaching banks, how to feel safe, contributing and collaborating together, both inside the banks and then also outside, in the open source world. Because there aren't enough engineers in the world, how are we going to achieve what we need to achieve if everyone's, fixing the same problem multiple times? And so that's what FinOps does. We're all kind of financial services engineering experts. We've been in the field, with the people on the ground, and we're here to, kind of bring people out of that shell and into the open source world.
So that kind of sounds like therapy. So what are you guys doing to foster those conversations? How does it happen?
Yeah, so you kind of fight it on two fronts. And so when you're talking about therapy, it's actually really interesting because a lot of engineers who actually work in banks have two different lives. They have their I'm an engineer for a bank persona, and then they have their meetup, their hackathon, their open source contribution outside of work persona. And so when you're talking about, therapy, it is, how do we actually merge those two worlds together? How can I be James, the open source contributor, working in a bank, as well as that person who kind of goes to JavaScript meetups or, cloud meetups? And then you've got the other side, which is like the top-down air cover, perspective, which is about communicating with executive directors and C-suite board members about the benefits and cost savings and efficiency gains and the acceleration of open source, and kind of bridging the gap between the naughty's perception of, back closet kind of developers, throwing code over the fence to what it is now, which is, people just contributing code outside of organizations as you would do in any other team. And so we work on both sides. We convince the stakeholders, and we also educate and counsel kind of like the engineers on the ground as well.
Has the rise of fintech companies kind of changed the way people think about open source in the financial services space? Because it feels like there's a lot more competition now between these emerging startups and these larger enterprises that have been around forever, and the larger enterprises are now trying to figure out how did those guys get so fast?
Yeah, so that's also a really good question. So what we find is within fintech and regtech, a lot of the firms who are actually out there are they're contributing impact to the industry that does one specific or multiple things, really well that the banks actually want to leverage. So within the open source space, what you can do is come together around standards and interoperability, to actually help the fintechs work with the banks a lot better. So within FinOps, for instance, we've got regtech special interest groups that bring banks together with the regulators about, how do we actually provide the information regulators need in order to engineer faster? Can we provide evidence in an automated fashion rather than rubber stamping kind of like paper as it used to be? And the same in like the interoperability world. We've got various different standards that allow data to be passed across, the financial desktop and potentially through APIs. One of the projects that we have that does that is FTC3, which is extremely popular to like the desktop interoperability world. And we have competitive vendors in the fintech space, who wouldn't, share ideas in the IP space actually collaborating around the interoperability, because they know that they need a common standard for passing data around so they can share data, because they might be kind of engaging in the same banking environment and ecosystem. So there's plenty of space to do things, super simple and also really fun as well.
All right, I see you guys have that same financial services nomenclature for things that most other people wouldn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
As we go along here, do you think that the regulators are going to come and start looking at how the software is constructed, or maybe they are, or they're just looking for ways to do that more aggressively? We hear a lot about open source software supply chains, and the financial guys are probably the most regulated people in the world.
Yep.
So is this where that focal point of that conversation is going to be? Because these guys are going to be asking the toughest questions.
Absolutely. And I like to think that, we're working with OpenSSF. In fact, next week on the 29th of September, we're doing a virtual webinar between MEND, Morgan Stanley, and OpenSSF. And I'm going to be there kind of, bringing the panel together and introducing the webinar. Because we want to have the banks in those types of conversations. We want to have, a firm like MEND, who is actually automating, CVE scanning, for instance, with Morgan Stanley on the same panel, and also with OpenSSF, talking about that whole space of, how do we actually traverse our, S-bonds, what is SPDX, and how do we actually engage with it? So we're not kind of playing catch up to that. We're actually kind of demonstrating our know-how to the regulators, who are actually catching up in terms of engineering. We also want to bring them, on the journey with us. Hence the reason why we have a Regulation Innovation Special Interest Group, which kind of ties, how can we actually provide evidence to them in an automated fashion so we can speed up engineering and speed up the way that we're regulating, the banking industry.
How will this connect to other initiatives that the Linux Foundation has launched? We heard about the Open Digital Wallet this week.
Yeah.
Are these kind of things, is there overlap between these conversations as we go along? And part of your effort is just to help with the collaboration of that, because the financial services people are all over digital wallets.
Absolutely. So just by being here at the Open Source Summit, you're in amongst the rest of the Linux Foundation. You're kind of sharing ideas on the fly. You're being really creative with the way that you're solving technology problems. And we had, people saying, what is your relationship, with the Open Wallet Foundation? And so one example of this is Royal O'Brien came to the Finos stand talking about the metaverse. So how will financial services actually interact with the metaverse? Is there a way that you can actually have, payments, within an Oculus Rift as you're kind of moving around the metaverse, kind of buying things off the peg, or, however you make payments. And digital wallets kind of came into that, because we need to be able to standardize the way that things are done, so you can buy things using a digital wallet, both within the real world, maybe using Internet of Things, but also in the virtual world as well. And without coming here and being in person at an LF event like Open Source Summit Europe, you wouldn't have those types of conversations. And so where things may have seemed like a world apart, when you actually start bringing it together and talking, in the same room, you think, well, actually, the difference between all of these different foundations combined isn't that big. There are things that we do around, interoperability and standards and passing data around that can be applied anywhere.
I think it's not uncommon to go to visit Wall Street or any of these big exchanges, and you'll find thousands of developers working on stuff. What is your sense of how much of what they're really doing is differentiated value versus just reinventing the same thing for different companies in the same wheel, and maybe it's time to have this conversation?
Well, every single bank, including a bank that I used to work for, before moving to the Linux Foundation, has a digital transformation program, where they're trying to consolidate and speed things up. They're automating using DevOps. They're actually progressing into FinOps, in kind of those different worlds. And they're mutualizing kind of like all of those different duplication of effort, across the inside of the bank in order to speed things up for themselves. But if you then take, where all of those digital transformation efforts are speeding things up inside an individual bank, and then play that across the entire industry, there's absolute, kind of duplication of effort. There's loads of money that can be saved across the industry. I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that, there are engineers sitting opposite each other in the same teams who are kind of reinventing the wheel without speaking to each other. It's going to be everywhere.
And they're working from home now, so
Yeah,
it could be even worse. Do we need to walk through to the business side to explain to them that this is a good thing and it's okay? Because a lot of them would look at it and say, we're writing code and we're going to do what? Give it away?
Yeah, funnily enough, that has been raised within one of our special interest groups. So regulation innovation is the coming together of lots of banks. So we've got Morgan Stanley in there, we've got JP Morgan in there, we've got UBS and Citi all coming together to discuss RegTech, solutions to problems. And one of the questions that we posed to them, trying to unblock, and get things done faster, if there was anything that we could do to help you, from within your banking environments, what would it be? And the answer that came back wasn't a technology problem. It was like a business communication problem. It was like, if there's something that you can do, can you provide a facility to be able to explain to our product owners and the people, who sign off all of this type of, advancement in technology, what it is that we're solving, so the business comes with us on the journey as well as the technologists. And so absolutely talking to business owners in the same language as the business owners is an absolute priority for us.
How do people get engaged, short of calling you up and booking a therapy session? What exactly do they have to do and how do they participate?
Yeah, so Finos is on GitHub. So if you go to github.com/Finos, we've got an organization of banking contributed projects. And also firms, who are related to banking, like consultancies and other, firms, who want to contribute their projects into an open source landscape. So you can find us there. All of our READMEs are up to date. We also have our special interest groups in those repositories as well. So if you want to come and talk around a particular subject matter of banking, such as DevOps, such as regulation innovation, open source readiness. So if you're a bank and you want to start contributing to open source, we actually collaborate with To-Do Group. So within open source readiness, we look at like the vertical, policy decisions and compliance that needs to be solved for a bank to be able to contribute to open source. And then we work with To-Do Group on, the types of information that you need to create an open source program office. So, all of this material and how to join Finos project calls can be found, on GitHub. Or you can go to finos.org, which is our, primary website, where we have a community calendar with all of the project calls that you can just scroll through and you can find the Zoom details or the WebEx details, and just drop in. Everything's free and open. You don't need to be a Finos member to go there. You can follow us on Twitter, so go find Finos Foundation on Twitter. The same on LinkedIn. You can subscribe, to our news feeds. I'm also, very, communicative across both as well. So you can follow me and I'll put things out there that people can like and share. And, I tag Finos and other things into those as well.
All right, folks, you heard it here. This might be the least expensive counseling session you'll ever get. James, thanks for being on the show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. We'll be back in a little bit, guys.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're at the Open Source Summit in Dublin. We're talking with James McLeod. We're going to be talking about financial services industry and how they're working with open source software because, as we all know, those guys got some unique requirements. James, welcome to the show.
Hi, it's really great to be here. It's great to be here with everybody, both in person and also virtually.
Yeah. So the challenge with open source and financial services is what exactly? What makes them worthy of having this dedicated function within the Linux Foundation compared to any other vertical industry?
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting question. So financial services for a very long time has been very regulated and locked down. So much so that it's been baked into our engineering culture that people shouldn't peer inside our repos or contribute to code that doesn't belong to a specific team. But when it comes to digital transformation and DevOps and FinOps and cloud migration and the direction of travel within software engineering in general, it doesn't lead to like any efficiency or acceleration. So what we're doing within Finos is teaching banks how to feel safe contributing and collaborating together, both inside the banks and then also outside in the open source world. Because there aren't enough engineers in the world, how are we going to achieve what we need to achieve if everyone's, fixing the same problem multiple times? And so that's what Finos does. We're all kind of financial services engineering experts. We've been in the field, with the people on the ground, and we're here to, kind of bring people out of that shell and into the open source world.
So that kind of sounds like therapy. So what are you guys doing to foster those conversations? How does it happen?
Yeah, so you kind of fight it on two fronts. And so when you're talking about therapy, it's actually really interesting because a lot of engineers who actually work in banks have two different lives. They have their, I'm an engineer for a bank persona, and then they have their meetup, their hackathon, their open source contribution outside of work persona. And so when you're talking about, therapy, it is, how do we actually merge those two worlds together? How can I be James, the open source contributor, working in a bank, as well as that person who kind of goes to JavaScript meetups or, cloud meetups? And then you've got the other side, which is like the top-down air cover, perspective, which is about communicating with executive directors and C-suite board members about the benefits and cost savings and efficiency gains and the acceleration of open source, and kind of bridging the gap between the naughty's perception of, back closet kind of developers, throwing code over the fence to what it is now, which is, people just contributing code outside of organizations as you would do in any other team. And so we work on both sides. We convince the stakeholders, and we also educate and counsel kind of like the engineers on the ground as well.
Has the rise of fintech companies kind of changed the way people think about open source in the financial services space? Because it feels like there's a lot more competition now between these emerging startups and these larger enterprises that have been around forever, and the larger enterprises are now trying to figure out how did those guys get so fast?
Yeah, so that's also a really good question. So what we find is within fintech and regtech, a lot of the firms who are actually out there are they're contributing impact to the industry that does one specific or multiple things, really well that the banks actually want to leverage. So within the open source space, what you can do is come together around standards and interoperability, to actually help the fintechs work with the banks a lot better. So within Finos, for instance, we've got regtech special interest groups that bring banks together with the regulators about, how do we actually provide the information regulators need in order to engineer faster? Can we provide evidence in an automated fashion rather than rubber stamping kind of like paper as it used to be? And the same in like the interoperability world. We've got various different standards that allow data to be passed across, the financial desktop and potentially through APIs. One of the projects that we have that does that is FTC3, which is extremely popular to like the desktop interoperability world. And we have competitive vendors in the fintech space, who wouldn't, share ideas in the IP space, actually collaborating around the interoperability because they know that they need a common standard for passing data around so they can share data because they might be kind of engaging in the same banking environment and ecosystem. So there's plenty of space to do things, super simple and also really fun as well.
All right, I see you guys have that same financial services nomenclature for things that most other people wouldn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
As we go along here, do you think that the regulators are going to come and start looking at how software is constructed, or maybe they are, they're just looking for ways to do that more aggressively? We hear a lot about open source software supply chains, and the financial guys are probably the most regulated people in the world.
Yep.
So is this where that focal point of that conversation is going to be? Because these guys are going to be asking the toughest questions.
Absolutely. And I like to think that, we're working with OpenSSF, In fact, next week on the 29th of September, we're doing a virtual webinar between Mend, Morgan Stanley, and OpenSSF. And I'm going to be there kind of, bringing the panel together and introducing the webinar. Because we want to have the banks in those types of conversations. We want to have, a firm like Mend, who is actually automating, CVE scanning, for instance, with Morgan Stanley on the same panel, and also with OpenSSF, talking about that whole space of, how do we actually traverse our, S-bonds, what is SPDX, and how do we actually engage with it? So we're not kind of playing catch up to that. We're actually kind of demonstrating our know-how to the regulators who are actually catching up in terms of engineering. We also want to bring them, on the journey with us. Hence the reason why we have a regulation innovation special interest group, which kind of ties, how can we actually provide evidence to them in an automated fashion so we can speed up engineering and speed up the way that we're regulating, the banking industry.
How will this connect to other initiatives that the Linux Foundation has launched? We heard about the Open Digital Wallet this week.
Yeah.
Are these kind of things, is there overlap between these conversations as we go along? And part of your effort is just to help with the collaboration of that, because the financial services people are all over digital wallets.
Absolutely. So just by being here at the Open Source Summit, you're in amongst the rest of the Linux Foundation. You're kind of sharing ideas on the fly. You're being really creative with the way that you're solving technology problems. And we had, people saying, what is your relationship, with the Open Wallet Foundation? And so one example of this is Royal O'Brien came to the Finos stand talking about the metaverse. So how will financial services actually interact with the metaverse? Is there a way that you can actually have, payments, within an Oculus Rift as you're kind of moving around the metaverse, kind of buying things off the peg or, however you make payments. And digital wallets kind of came into that, because we need to be able to standardize the way that things are done, so you can buy things using a digital wallet, both within the real world, maybe using Internet of Things, but also in the virtual world as well. And without coming here and being in person at an LF event like Open Source Summit Europe, you wouldn't have those types of conversations. And so where things may have seemed like a world apart, when you actually start bringing it together and talking, in the same room, you think, well, actually, the difference between all of these different foundations combined isn't that big. There are things that we do around, interoperability and standards and passing data around that can be applied anywhere.
I think it's not uncommon to go to visit Wall Street or any of these big exchanges and you'll find thousands of developers working on stuff. What is your sense of how much of what they're really doing is differentiated value versus just reinventing the same thing for different companies in the same wheel, and maybe it's time to have this conversation?
Well, every single bank, including a bank that I used to work for, before moving to the Linux Foundation, has a digital transformation program, where they're trying to consolidate and speed things up. They're automating using DevOps. They're actually progressing into FinOps, in kind of those different worlds. And they're mutualizing kind of like all of those different duplication of effort, across the inside of the bank in order to speed things up for themselves. But if you then take, where all of those digital transformation efforts are speeding things up inside an individual bank and then play that across the entire industry, there's absolute, kind of duplication of effort. There's loads of money that can be saved across the industry. I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that, there are engineers sitting opposite each other in the same teams who are kind of reinventing the wheel without speaking to each other. It's going to be everywhere.
And they're working from home now, so
it
could be even worse. Do we need to walk through to the business side to explain to them that this is a good thing and it's okay? Because a lot of them would look at it and say, we're writing code and we're going to do what? Give it away?
Yeah, funnily enough, that has been raised within one of our special interest groups. So regulation innovation is the coming together of lots of banks. So we've got Morgan Stanley in there, we've got JP Morgan in there, we've got UBS and Citi, all coming together to discuss RegTech, solutions to problems. And one of the questions that we posed to them, trying to unblock, and get things done faster, if there was anything that we could do to help you, from within your banking environments, what would it be? And the answer that came back wasn't a technology problem. It was like a business communication problem. It was like, if there's something that you can do, can you provide a facility to be able to explain to our product owners and the people, who sign off all of this type of, advancement in technology, what it is that we're solving, so the business comes with us on the journey as well as the technologists. And so absolutely talking to business owners in the same language as the business owners is an absolute priority for us.
How do people get engaged, short of calling you up and booking a therapy session? What exactly do they have to do, and how do they participate?
Yeah, so Finos is on GitHub. So if you go to github.com/Finos, we've got an organization of banking contributed projects. And also firms, who are related to banking, like consultancies and other, firms, who want to contribute their projects into an open source landscape. So you can find us there. All of our READMEs are up to date. We also have our special interest groups in those repositories as well. So if you want to come and talk around a particular subject matter of banking, such as DevOps, such as regulation innovation, open source readiness. So if you're a bank and you want to start contributing to open source, we actually collaborate with To-Do Group. So within open source readiness, we look at like the vertical, policy decisions and compliance that needs to be solved for a bank to be able to contribute to open source. And then we work with To-Do Group on, the types of information that you need to create an open source program office. So, all of this material and how to join Finos project calls can be found, on GitHub. Or you can go to finos.org, which is our, primary website, where we have a community calendar with all of the project calls that you can just scroll through, and you can find the Zoom details or the WebEx details, and just drop in. Everything's free and open. You don't need to be a Finos member to go there. You can follow us on Twitter, so go find Finos Foundation on Twitter. The same on LinkedIn. You can subscribe, to our news feeds. I'm also, very, communicative across both as well. So you can follow me, and I'll put things out there that people can like and share, and I tag Finos and other things into those as well.
All right, folks, you heard it here. This might be the least expensive counseling session you'll ever get. James, thanks for being on the show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. We'll be back in a little bit, guys.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, we're back at the Open Source Summit in Dublin, Ireland. We're going to be talking with Anna Jimenez Santamaria, who is the program manager for something called To Do. And we're also going to be talking about a lot of research that they just came out with or are about to launch. And it's going to be an ongoing project, and then hopefully all you guys will want to participate in. Anna, welcome to the show.
Hi, welcome. Thank you.
So the research program that you guys launched does what exactly? What's the goal? What's the thought process here? And is this going to be global for that matter?
Yeah, so today we just announced that OSPOCon, that is one of the micro conference happening here and at Open Source Summit, the OSPO survey. So we have been conducted at the To-Do Group this over the past 5 years. So these are the results of this year's survey, and we are trying to get the pulse of the OSPO adoption across regions and sectors. How is this evolving in Europe, but also in Asia Pacific time zones and regions, and also in the States, in Canada. So how this adoption is evolving worldwide, and where are the challenges, and if organizations implementing OSPOs are seeing actual benefits of creating this centralized place where open source is catalyzed and structured, and see how is this evolving.
Are you seeing different patterns in different geographic regions? I mean, or I guess not all folks are the same, but do they lean one way for some things and for others? And what's popping up?
Yeah, so indeed we are seeing many difference. So to give you some context, OSPOS initially started, it's a decade old. And initially started in the States in software big corporations, AWS, Microsoft, Google, all of them, they have really structured and mature OSPOs. And in fact, the story of To The Group is that it started as a group of organizations having an OSPO, and they wanted to build this common place where they share common resources, best practices, in a transparent way to help them and also help others in their OSPO journey, those organizations that they don't know how to start an OSPO and they need this guidance. They can go to all these public resources and even share their learnings and contribute to them. So we've seen that from this big corp-only resource that was 10 years ago, it has evolved a lot. Now, for instance, in the recent results, we have seen that OSPOs have critical. It's a critical key adoption for small organizations in their engineering teams rather than in big corporations. And that is really interesting because, for instance, in Europe, most of the organizations are not big corporations. They are small and medium ones. And over the past years, we've seen that this transition that OSPOs are not only for big corporations, but they can be also important for small to medium-sized companies, because it's more not about the team and building a full-time employees with 10 people, but it's more about, is your organization really into open source? Is it really putting efforts into funding open source and take open source seriously? Are they adopting a strategic posture around open source to increase this continuity of the program and on the open source efforts? And that is what an OSPO is. So if any organization, no matter the size, really cares about open source and all the security and legal aspects and community building, and they really understand the value of giving back to the community and not just consuming, they should be starting an OSPO. And I think in the recent results, that is something that we are seeing. We are seeing this kind of mindset, change in the mindset and the evolution of the OSPO.
A lot of companies, it seems like the spirit is willing, they just don't know how to actually go out and do something in open source and participate with these things. So is this part of the equation, is you guys are just trying to figure out a way to make it easier for companies to build these programs, get off the ground, including all the legal paperwork that goes with that, and it's not just about having a bunch of developers that are happy to contribute code. There has to be some mechanism to make it all happen.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, an open source program office existed to build these policies and processes that are also so needed in many organizations. In fact, I was reading some minutes ago the latest report of the Europe Spotlight results, and they were saying in Europe that many governments and public institutions, they have really issues in having clearance on the open source policies and processes to follow. So an OSPO can be this vehicle of building these processes and policies and give this strategic vision before doing open source ad hoc. So it's that step of moving from open source ad hoc, like, oh, my developers, because organizations knows that developers are using open source, and it's like, oh, okay, let's see how can we reduce risk, and that's all, but we don't care about anything else. So adopting an OSPO is a way to moving from this open source ad hoc to become more a strategic decision-making partners and infuse open source learnings to the whole organization, because it's this layer of I'm the vehicle to translate open source to the whole teams, to all the different teams. So the value of open source, it's clear, and there is this change of mindset in the entire organization.
It's also become an issue because developers want to work for people who contribute to the open source community. And so it's not just a nice to have for the company, it's actually becoming a little more strategic, at least as I understand it, because developers are voting for their feet to go work for companies that contribute to open source. So is that part of the math that goes into creating a program?
Oh, yeah, indeed. There is a question in the survey results that are the states like what are the benefits of building an OSPO. So those organizations that have currently an OSPO, I think it was number 2 benefit was to recruit and attain talent. I think also if you filter between regions, I think that was mainly for Canada and States OSPO organizations, while in Europe the main top benefit was driving innovation and digital transformation. But in fact, it's clearly one of the many benefits an OSPO can bring to the organization.
So in your research that you've done, what surprised you? Was there anything in there that you didn't expect or that kind of leapt out at you and wow, it said, I never would have thought that would happen?
So I was reading that in Europe there is I think it was 44% of respondents said that they didn't invest in open source mentorship and talent, and I saw that like a really a big issue. And this, they didn't have it didn't differentiate between they had an OSPO or not. They were just saying like, we know open source is important, but they are not investing in talent and mentorship. And I think this is one of the main first things you need to do if you really want to have the organizations really understand open source and contribute back and engage in communities, and also have the team understanding that and know how to contribute. So I see that as an issue, and maybe an OSPO can be a solution for that, since an OSPO, it's this place where the organization, if they have problems or issues about open source, they can rely on them, and they can also act as this mentorship ambassadors and educators of open source. So might be a potential way to ease and to help with this issue of lack of mentorship in European regions.
Yeah. And part of the issue becomes, if I don't know how to engage, then I can't give back to the community, and that results in this conversation we're having about the imbalance that exists between all the organizations that are consuming open source but not helping to maintain those projects, and they find themselves dependent upon 3 or 4 people who are overloaded, and we just don't have the mechanisms in place to help those people through these types of programs. So it becomes kind of almost a virtuous cycle, I would think. So is that part of the thought process, is educating people about, hey, if you keep using all this software, you're going to have more log4j issues because not enough people are contributing to these projects, and this is the mechanism to fix that.
So I would say OSPOs act as these partners of and advise the organization on which open source projects matters to them, which open source they should be taking care about, and if they care about and they are using it, how to give back to the community. So at some point, OSPOs are great resource to open source sustainability, in my honest opinion. I've known OSPOs that they have been creating great initiatives to help open source sustainability. For instance, this is public. Spotify OSPO launched the FOSS Fund to fund independent projects and maintainers from independent projects, and I think that is a big win for both, for the organization and also for the open source ecosystem, because thanks to this centralized place inside the organization, they have voice for the organization, and they are helping to nurture these open source projects that maybe they cannot be sustainable in the long term, but thanks to these organizations that are giving back, and they keep training the organization of what are the next steps to be open source first citizens and build healthy relationships with the open source ecosystem. They can also invest in open source sustainability.
All right. Anna, thanks for being on the show and sharing your insights.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Guys, you heard it here. The way to do the right thing is set up your own little open source program office, and these guys will show you how. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Open Source Summit in Vancouver. We're here with C-Rob from Intel, who also happens to be working on the mobilization plan for the Open Source Software Security Foundation people. I have to get my foundations kind of straight because it gets a little complicated sometimes.
Indeed.
C-Rob, welcome to the show.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Mike.
We talked a little bit yesterday with some of the folks about what the OpenSSF is up to. What exactly is this mobilization plan? How far it is? I mean, I seem to remember there was a plan that somebody put out last year.
Right, that's it.
I'm assuming it's been updated.
That's what we're in the process of doing right now.
All right, well, walk us through that. Where are we on the journey?
So the OpenSSF is an industry group comprised of vendors like Intel that see value in open source, security researchers, academics, open source maintainers, and we get together with the purpose of trying to uplift security for the whole ecosystem. And as you might have heard, a lot of global regulators are really interested in cybersecurity and open source cybersecurity. So the Biden White House in 2021 released an executive order on improving cybersecurity. And subsequently, the White House has issued a couple additional executive orders and statements and strategies, but also a lot of other global regulators in Europe and Asia and all around the globe have done similar moves. So our mobilization plan was kind of a reaction initially to the initial White House order, but also it kind of generally encompasses all these regulations. And it outlines 10 points of how if we invest people, process, dollars, infrastructure into these 10 different areas, we'll be able to significantly uplift the posture of security for open source for everybody.
Is this plan going to be updated? I mean, as I understood it, the plan was kind of a reaction to Log4j and everybody kind of losing their mind.
Right.
So what parts of the plan have been implemented from last year, and then what do you think should be added to that, or what are you guys talking about?
So right now we're in the I have the unfortunate designation to help kind of head up the rewrite for the plan as we come up on the 1-year anniversary. So we're going through and right now taking an inventory of out of those 10 streams, how many volunteers have stepped forward to do work, or how many pledges have we gotten to help fund certain efforts. And right now we've got about 50% of the 10 streams that have active activity and either have completed a rewrite and have a proposal for refined funding, or are in early stages. Like we have a newest SIG is the memory safety SIG, where it's we want to rewrite older languages like C and C++ into more either use new techniques or tooling, or convert them to memory safe languages like Rust or Java. So that group just recently restarted about 2 months ago. So they're a little bit earlier on in their journey, but we're going to holistically look at this plan and issue a rewrite, and our target is to get it done probably early June, based off of vacation and travel, conferences like this, kind of get in the way of us actually getting together and doing some writing. But overall, we've seen a lot of activity in areas like SBOM with software bill of materials. So we have a group that's very actively taking a survey across the whole software ecosystem of what closed and open source tools are available, trying to work with CISA and other regulators that are kind of helping set these standards. And so they've had a pretty decent amount of activity. We have a couple projects, Alpha and Omega, that are focused on the top 100 projects trying to improve their security, and then the bottom 10,000 trying to introduce automation and lessons learned from those higher projects. And projects like that have had a lot of success. And we just actually did a readout from our group we work with called OSTIF, the Open Source Technology Fund. And they actually help us do security audits for some of these larger foundations. And they did a readout, and they actually had pretty significant engagement last year with the Node.js community. They're partnering with Eclipse and other large foundations to help kind of go to those communities and find out what they need from their perspective for security, and doing security audits or helping them find security experts to participate in the project, or doing bug checks, doing vulnerability scans, helping them out.
Why would a large company like Intel kind of lend its support for this initiative? What should other companies be doing as they watch what Intel's doing? Because it seems like this is a coalition of the willing, so more help is required.
Very much. Patches and people are always welcome. Intel has been involved with open source for over 20 years. We are the largest corporate contributor to the Linux kernel, have been for many, many years. So open source is one of our key values. We operate internally very much the open source way. So not only do we do a lot of contributions upstream, our products benefit from all these open source packages. So that's why we invest our time and our people and our dollars into adding value to things we get value from. And we're not alone. A lot of large organizations across the ecosystem, Red Hat, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, all of us, there's over 100 members that participate in the foundation. And where we need help is, volunteers are always welcome. This is primarily volunteer driven. Sometimes we have a rallying cry like the mobilization plan, but we need people to actually show up and help rewrite things or write code or help with documentation or work with global regulators or just go out and help educate maintainers and help provide them tools so they can do their jobs more securely and more frictionlessly.
How do they get involved? Is there some meetup somewhere that you go to, or do I just send out an SOS and someone will find me?
OpenSSF.org is the foundation's website, and from there you can get to all of our repos. Every working group, special interest group, committee, we all have a publicly available GitHub repository. All of our meetings are 100% open to the public and recorded and posted to YouTube. So if you're really bored and you want to watch thousands of hours of people on Zoom calls, every single committee and project is out there for people to watch. And if you're inspired, you can participate. And every working group will have a mailing list, a Slack channel that they can participate in. And we have meeting notes that are typically stored up in GitHub. So there's a lot of ways, and they're all publicly available, but going to openssf.org is the great jumping off point. And that's where you can see the current mobilization plan and where we will be, once we're done, probably June-ish, where the mobilization plan 2.0 will be available.
All right. Don't Zoom bomb these people, because they have skills and they'll find you, so
right.
Be careful. As you think about this whole thing, what's been the reaction from the maintainers? Because a lot of the times, there's big projects and little projects, and the little projects are somebody's hobby, and they're basically like, it's not my job to worry about security for you. I didn't ask you to use my software. I was just doing this for fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, we try to be very sensitive to the maintainers, because we understand any new task is additional unplanned work for them. They haven't predicted it, and a lot of these developers don't have the right skills. They have never been trained or are unaware of security concepts. So we try to be very sensitive to their needs. And particularly with Alpha and Omega, we come in and we ask them, how can we help you? What tools, techniques, resources would benefit your project, help you, increase the quality of the software you're delivering? And it varies. We do a lot of outreach to maintainers. We have our securing software repos working group actually did a maintainer summit where we had about 40 kind of very well-renowned maintainers throughout the industry from large and small projects, and it was essentially a listening session. I was one of the facilitators where we had a kind of a series of questions. We would ask them, topics like, how are you interested in improving the security of your project? What types of tools or resources do you need? And that was very insightful. The developers reacted very positively to that. They appreciated the participation. And we don't ever want to kind of knock on the door. We're here from the OpenSSF. We're here to help and kind of impose things on them. But we do try to have a lot of different creative techniques between tools, best practice guidance, and just kind of a help and support groups. We do a lot of office hours where we're trying to nurture new developers into the community, where ask us anything, how to do a PR, how to come in and get engaged in the project. And we do similar things for well-maintained projects, where whether it's one maintainer or 1,000, anyone's welcome to help kind of learn from what we're doing.
How automated can this get? Because at least in my experience, a lot of the mistakes are relatively routine and trivial. They're just stuff that people didn't know, and suddenly they're open to a SQL injection attack or whatever it may be. Yeah. So can't we, use some sort of algorithm that will just identify that line of code and say, rip and replace with this line of code, push button? Yeah,
look, the ultimate solution is going to be a blending of people, process, and technology. Mm-hmm. We have to teach people the right skills and the right things to look at. We have to provide them tools and automation, and then we need to provide them best practices guidance. So there is a significant effort. So again, the Alpha project is focused on those top 100 projects, and as they're engaging and learning from those communities, like right now they're doing an audit of OpenSSL. So as they are working with that community and they're doing scans, they take those learnings and wherever they can, they try to make automated free tools that are available to any developer. And it's a lot of, we can automate fuzzing and we can automate static or dynamic analysis. So there's some things we can do, but it's challenging to automate teaching people like security architecture principles. That's why we also have education classes, that if somebody wants to learn some of these techniques, and if they want to practice skills like how do I avoid having a SQL injection, we have a tool called SKF. It's a hands-on lab that you can go in and they have coding exercises where it teaches you this is what a SQL injection looks like in code, and here's some exercises to try to teach yourself how to avoid doing that and identify it in code.
There are, of course, more companies consuming open source software than creating it.
Right.
Do they have something of a moral obligation to help participate in this whole process because they are dependent upon it?
My personal opinion is absolutely. And that's why I got into open source. I came in from banking, where I ran a web security team, and then I ran the bank's critical systems that were primarily Unix and Linux based. And that's how I got the bug to get into Red Hat and Linux. And I felt part of the reason I got into it is because I found my organization and myself personally found so much benefit from this software. I want to find ways to give back, improve the ecosystem for everybody. So I agree personally that I think if you are a user, and I think the Sonotype report said upwards of 80 to 90% of commercial enterprises use open source, and I think the 10% that reported no don't know. So I think if you are using it, you have some obligation to contribute. And it could just be providing feedback. Hey, I saw a typo in your README file. It could be code. Code contributions are great, but there's a lot of different ways that people can participate and give back to open source that they receive so much benefit from and that runs the global economy today. And that's why, again, Intel and the foundation and the other members feel very strongly about this.
Wait, I'm shocked. Are you saying that the documentation for open source projects is a little sparse sometimes?
Sometimes engineers are really excited to do documentation. They put a lot of time into it. And that's why, again, if you're not a coder, you come in, and that's a huge help.
As we think this through, do the maintainers want to be paid to make their software more secure, or do they really just want somebody to come in and help them do it and kind of have somebody that they can call like a SWAT team and say, hey, help me fix this thing, and then thank you and go home?
It's a combination. The Linux Foundation did a report, I think they updated it in 2022, and they did a maintainer survey. And there are thousands of different motivations. So some developers, absolutely, they would love to get a paycheck. Some of them work for a company like Intel, and they are already paid to do that work in open source. But you have a lot of academics that they're doing doctoral dissertations, they put some software out there, or they're trying to solve a unique problem. There's a lot of different motivations, and from our perspective, like your SWAT team idea, one of the elements of the mobilization plan is the creation of an open source security incident response team that would exactly be that. If a maintainer gets a vulnerability reported to their project and they don't know what to do, this group of experts would be there as a resource and maybe help them write the patch, definitely negotiate with the researcher, help with writing an advisory, help getting the word out once the patch is available. So again, we want to be sensitive to how that project wants to engage with us. And some people want funding, some people want consultation, some people just want a man page to look at. It's just, we got to accommodate all that.
Can I not just, mobilize a small army of high school and college students to go work on this stuff?
Absolutely, and that's another part of the mobilization plan, is I lead our education SIG. And a big part of that is finding and creating content to help not only teach developers how to do things more securely, teach operators how to manage and control and operate environments like Kubernetes securely, but also we want to teach managers how to work with developers in open source. But then another significant area where we want to help improve education is historically underserved communities, our DE&I efforts, and then also high schoolers or people that want to upskill or reskill. So maybe I'm not a developer today by trade, but maybe I think it's cool. Well, I don't know how to do that. We want to provide all these different learning paths, the ability to get access to that information. So that's exactly it. And a lot of our efforts are focused on trying to bring in that next generation, because I'm getting old and I'm not going to do this forever. I need to have people kind of I know that are going to take the flag and charge after I'm gone.
All right, folks, you heard it here. The new motto for open source software is, if you see something, say something, call him.
Right.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
And we'll be back in a minute. And welcome back to the Open Source Summit here in Vancouver. We're here with Insignia and Jonathan and somebody named Sassy. And these folks are from the Open Source Security Foundation, and we're going to be talking about some of the research they've been doing and some of the work that's going on the project. But first, I kind of want to address the duck in the room. Jonathan, what's the story with the duck?
So the duck was originally a gift from B-Sides Las Vegas. It was a request when I was speaking at B-Sides last year when they had the CFP of, what unusual requests do you have of the organizers? And from a previous conference, I'd been given a duck, and I said I'd love a giant inflatable rubber duck up on stage while I'm presenting. And I didn't tell my co-presenter this, and I'd forgotten this. And in the middle of B-Sides Las Vegas, while I'm presenting on stage, one of the organizers walks up with a box, opens up this duck, and begins to inflate this duck in the middle of my presentation while I'm presenting live on stage. Man begins to lose. It's a large duck. He ends up starting to turn purple. So he ends up sitting on the corner of my stage while I'm still presenting. And my co-presenter has no idea. He's like totally confused. Finally, he finishes and walks up and says, here is the duck you asked for. So I brought Sassy with me on tour, speaking at conferences from all over Vegas, 3 conferences in Vegas, to Stockholm, to Italy, to Japan, to San Francisco, to now here at the Open Source Summit. So I've been giving the same talk all over the world, and Sassy's been the companion that I've had for this journey of telling this story. So yeah.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moral of the story.
Yeah.
Insignia, you guys have been looking at some of the open source projects out there and the security and the practices. What have you seen so far, and what, if anything, surprised you?
So definitely seen a growth of interest and movement within security on our open source. So different working groups within the OpenSSF, tackling different areas of cybersecurity. And then, you said what scares me?
Or surprises you?
Or
either
surprises
way.
me? The amount of tech debt that we still have in the industry, in the world, across open source, in corporate organizations, just the amount of technical debt. And it's not just in security, it's quality assurance, it's documentation, it's just representation of the software as it is.
Right. And you've been doing the research, so what did you kind of find, and what are you looking into right now?
So the work that I've been doing started somewhat last year. It started before this, but I was awarded last year the first ever Dan Kaminsky Fellowship. Dan Kaminsky was a famous security researcher who tragically passed away in 2021. He was very young, he was 42. He was best known for vulnerability in DNS back in 2008. But he was also known as an individual that was very passionate about security, very passionate about securing open source, or securing, the industry for the people that didn't know about technology, right? And he had a heart of gold. He was an incredibly kind person. And so when he passed, his company created what was called the Dan Kaminsky Fellowship to commemorate his memory. And I submitted a proposal for this idea where I've been bulk generating security fixes to fix vulnerabilities at scale across open source. And I was accepted to become the first ever Dan Kaminsky Fellow. So I spent the last year, all of 2022, engaged in working on automating fixing common security vulnerabilities across open source using a technology called Open Rewrite. And so Open Rewrite is a format-preserving abstract syntax tree transformer, and it allows me to target, specific vulnerabilities. This is not like Dependabot. This is more like actual vulnerabilities that appear in the source code because someone posted a question on Stack Overflow and the answer was vulnerable, and so everybody's copied and pasted that same answer across this source code. So how can we go out and fix these same vulnerabilities that appear again and again and again and again across multiple projects at scale? And so the work that I've been doing is, for example, I generated 165 pull requests to fix zip slip, which is a very critical security vulnerability, unpacking zip files across the Java ecosystem. And so engaging in work like that of great, this vulnerability is one place, but it's probably a lot of places. How can we just go eliminate it from the open source ecosystem? And the work now with the Alpha Mega project is all those campaigns that I've run have been one-offs, right? It's been, I've run this campaign at one time, one snapshot in time. But people write new code gets introduced. So the goal with Project Alpha Omega is to not just have these vulnerabilities get handled in one snapshot of time, but also let's go eliminate them, but continuously monitoring open source software to detect these common vulnerability patterns and just go squelch them immediately so that they stop appearing in our software industry across the entire board.
Going back to that tech debt.
Yeah, tech debt, yeah.
We talked about Alpha Omega yesterday, but not everybody watching knows what Alpha Omega is. So take a crack at what is exactly Alpha Omega trying to do.
One of my favorite sales pitch nowadays. So Alpha Omega is actually the beginning to the end. So it's split into two different portions. You have the Alpha side and the Omega side. The Alpha side is more focused on engaging with foundations and open source organizations that are already running and working with them to either grant some funds, consulting, and providing the means to be able to be more sustainable in the future. So let's say Alpha Omega runs out of funds, they're still able to sustain the security work that's needed within their organizations to continue improving the ecosystem of the open source. And then on the Omega side, essentially, the TLDR is automating and scaling Jonathan. So essentially being able to automate vulnerability identification, triaging, engagement with our maintainers on to the remediation of these security vulnerabilities across targeting 10,000 critical open source projects. So those open source projects are a mixture of the information from one of the working groups. So critical software?
Yeah, the critical software. There's a
list of 100 projects. We took that list. We've also used a wide range of different sources, like one of the hardware ones and communications with different organizations to provide a list of 10,000 critical open source projects that we're targeting. We are open to adapting and modifying that list because, everything in the software industry is very iterative. And then I don't know if Jonathan wants to add any more to that.
Yeah, just for Alpha projects, we've funded like security audits of jQuery, which is a critical piece of software that's absolutely everywhere, right? They've been Alpha Omega has been funding source for. I think the Node.js project now has a full-time software security person on that is paid to engage and focus on security for Node.js. Like that was not possible prior to this. So the Alpha side is focusing on we've identified these projects. They are critical. They need more resources than can be than one researcher can provide. Like we need to throw a full-time staffer probably at that project.
So we've seen teams being grown out in some of the organizations as well.
Yeah.
Is it your sense, and either one of you can answer this, but the vulnerabilities seem to be fairly common, and a lot of them are low level, and the same mistakes are made over and over again because people are human. Are the bad guys aware of all these vulnerabilities? Are they targeting them? Are they looking for them? Or what is the level of awareness and the savviness of the opposition, as they say?
They're definitely aware, and then they're getting creative with it. There's different levels of attack vectors. There's different areas that they can actually focus. And leveraging maybe one or two common vulnerabilities actually gets them into a higher area of software.
So there's this common adage, it's not vulnerabilities are just vulnerabilities. Like there's ways of exploiting systems, but attackers are using chains of those vulnerabilities, right? So it's they're leveraging the first one to get access to being able to use the rest of them, right? So if we can cut it off at the beginning, if we can clean up all of them, right? If we can clean up the low-hanging fruit, it raises the bar for the entire industry. It raises the security level to make it more difficult for the rest of, the next attacker, right? Do we have direct statistics about, open source being directly targeted? Well, Log4j showed that, any widely enough used piece of software is a great candidate for a widespread exploitation. Is that any worse than corporate software? Well, no. We saw for example that Exchange, right? Microsoft Exchange has been widely exploited recently. And it has not a lot to do with about just open source or not open source. It has very, very much to do with how widely that piece of software gets deployed across the entire industry, making it a rich target.
We talked about the mistakes that developers make. The truth of the matter is, cybersecurity was an elective when they were being trained, and most of them didn't take it.
It still is.
Or not even available.
Right.
Yeah.
So are there particular courses or actions you think developers you would recommend to them to say, hey, if you want to up your security game, go look at this or do this?
I usually recommend for my mentees the OWASP Top 10, and then to jump on to Burp Sweep, and then Portswigger, I believe, has an actual hands-on tutorial that you can get your hands on and actually either perform the vulnerability and identify like how it works, and then also patch it. And they have a wide spread of learning paths in different areas that tackle not only just the top 10, but different areas of security. So it's usually my go-to for folks that are interested in security, and either from a software developer standpoint or from just curiosity of like, hey, what is security? What are these vulnerabilities I keep hearing in the news? I'm like, let's start with the very basics. Just go check out your OWASP Top 10 for either mobile application or web application, and then check out Burp Sweep's Portswigger. I am not a sponsor of them. I point to them because of the rich information that they have in their tutorials.
I think a lot of their labs are free too. Like they're available. Yeah, so you can just
high percentage
you can
of
you can
sources.
download the Burp Suite Community Edition, which is also free, and use it to prove, demonstrate and get hands-on experience exploiting those systems. That's very much live deployed systems for software vulnerabilities. Like if you want to look at getting better at like auditing in source code, I recommend tinkering around with CodeQL is one of the technologies you can tinker around with. But then also OWASP has a project called WebGoat, which is an open source project, which is a known vulnerable project. So it has a bunch of vulnerabilities in it that you can download it and play with it. And then also if you want to inspect the source code to try to find those vulnerabilities as well, you can do that there too.
My favorite website growing up was Hack This Site. It's been up and down over the last couple of years, and then Hack the Box is another one that I've seen.
Yeah.
Very popular.
Which may be used for good or ill depending on what you do with it, right?
Right.
I mean, that's all this knowledge. All this knowledge is, it's yeah.
Even Alpha Omega, that's one of our, our risk factors is we're doing it for the good, but the bad could use it as well.
Yeah.
People are sometimes, shall we say, inherently lazy, so won't they just wait for you to come and identify all these things and then automate the fixes for them and then send you a nice note saying thank you?
If we get that thank you note.
So maybe, I don't know, like I think that that's an interesting question. I've never had that one before. I think that in general, like even with a pull request that we're generating, we're adding work, right? If they can do it right the first time, they'd rather do it right the first time,
Right.
And then also developers are hopefully going to be using, we're seeing more and more commonly used like Copilot, GitHub Copilot, things like that for development, right? If those tools that are already helping developers write code faster and more productively can also start generating the code that's secure when it's, giving you the suggestion of like the next 30 lines, right? Mm-hmm. That's the right. Let's just get it secure in the beginning, right? Because, and I think that there's a decent understanding in the industry that like a vulnerability fixed earlier or a bug fixed earlier in the pipeline, this like shift left thing, like if we do that, we end up like it costs a lot less. It's both from like the customer's perspective, from the overhead perspective, so. I don't think that a developer is going to be nefarious in the sense of like, oh, I'm going to like intentionally introduce a vulnerability because I don't, or like even like not nefarious, but like intentionally not learn about this stuff.
Reckless,
right?
Yeah.
But I think that it's just like, it's not about like I know that somebody's going to come and fix this. It's more like it more comes from a point of view of like they don't know it from the beginning. So
Yeah.
I think the bigger part there is like trying to get security into our education, trying to get concepts like testing. We've been interviewing a bunch of people for jobs, and I've interviewed, and one of the things you ask is like, what is your exposure to unit testing or integration testing? And you got a lot of people coming out of college with the answer of, we've never written any tests in our entire college, and I'm like, so making sure that those basics are definitely part of the fundamental careers and fundamental education process that they're coming out of college with.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say they're lazy. I think it's just restructuring our education program to essentially cover the different areas of the software lifecycle, to include security, include testing, including these very important features that are involved in the software development lifecycle. Like you have site reliability engineers. I'm in the process of deploying a software, and I'm like not sure what's going on, but I can develop features, but I'm struggling with the, the operation deployment. So going back into our education and restructuring it where they get a full knowledge and a full structure of how to do it will reduce this quote unquote laziness. And then it also goes into the industries, right? Industries are more focused on revenue and pushing out the next product for our customers.
Without getting a pen test done first.
Right, that they're going to be skipping these steps so that they can make their deadlines. And essentially, it's not being lazy. It's like, hey, big boss guy, this big boss person, folk at the top just needs this. We got so-and-so and so-and-so customer. Let's just get this out and we'll throw that into the tech debt.
Yeah.
Black hole bucket.
I have run into places in my career where I've been like, this really should get a pen test before it ships. And they're like, we need to ship it. And I'm like, but so because the industry, every single time you agree to buy a piece of software, right, you're usually signing an agreement that says the software is delivered as is, there are no guarantees, yada, 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 right? Because there's no regulation in place to, say, well, what about security? You have to have a base level of security
right.
that, it's just allowed to ship without there being a risk that there could be repercussions for shipping that software without having done those pen tests, before having done those audits. And that's on the corporate side. Like that's capitalism failing us.
Mm-hmm. But we have historically tested everything from cars to
bridges,
everything before they went in.
Airplanes.
But so how did we get to the point where we just kind of stopped thinking about testing for software?
I think
it goes back to the revenue.
Well, it's regulations too, right? Like government has been involved in regulating these industries, and there's no regulation in most of these industries around software shipping. So I know that there's a lot of negativity around the regulations around the EU and the EU's attempt to regulate open source. So I'm not for what that is currently stating, but I do think that there needs I've heard it said, there's two different ways that I've said that this shift could occur. It's either government regulation or insurance companies saying we're not going to insure this software unless it's had a test, unless it's been audited, that sort of stuff. So there's two potential angles where capitalism can come in and say, this needs to change, otherwise you're either going to have risk from government regulations or insurance is not going to insure this stuff, or you as a company, unless you've had these things, had this basic level of security performed.
Yeah, and this is an interesting area because I was actually having this conversation a little bit earlier. Is some of the times it becomes a check the box security.
Yes.
Right. We need to get this out. We need to make our auditors happy. Let's just say we did and just throw it out there without proper testing, without essentially when the auditors come is when everybody scrambles to make it work and actually follow what the process is. From several of my experiences,
just people you know.
People I know. Nothing with my past experience. But it's just that check the box. Let's just make sure that we say that it's there, it's available, and we met the bare minimum.
Mm-hmm. Is there some way to think this through where we're automating the tests more beyond just a checkbox, so that we're actually executing these tests within some sort of DevOps workflow for these organizations? And is that the level of maturity we need to get to?
Yes.
I think it's a good baseline, right? Like, having automated testing is a good, solid baseline.
Right.
I do think that there's really a human element involved in any testing, especially because we have yet to reach the point where, you can encode a hacker into a box, right? Like, you really need
Apparently they're trying to do that with you.
I know.
That's the ethical hack.
I know. So, here, from my perspective, right, the reason that I'm going down this route is we have so many of these SaaS tools, right, the static code analysis tools, and they all scan for these vulnerabilities, right? And they're getting the AST nodes in their hands to give you the alert, and then all they do is let them go with the announcement of, you probably have a vulnerability here. And my annoyance is you've done the work to get the AST nodes held in memory. We know that these are the places where the vulnerability exists. Just rearrange them and fix it. You're so close. And so that's my goal with Open Rewrite, is to just make that extra step. That let's just finish that story and we fixed it here. So
one of the goals with the analyzers to become a piece that they can throw into their CI/CD as well, because it has 20 plus different security tools. Some of them are licensed, so you may not be able to get those unless, of course, you get the license. But going on to what Jonathan says, is sometimes you get the report and the report is like 100-something pages. I don't know about you, but I don't need a reading material for bedtime.
Yeah.
So you do get
Maintainers
that,
can't handle that either.
you can't handle that load. You can't handle the, each of them is different, and each of them requires a different level of knowledge and complexity and understanding to sit back and it's like, hey, do I fix these 10 critical and 80 important, or do we ship this product and make that $2 billion sale? Capitalism is going to go.
It's not relevant. Not as relevant in open source, but definitely relevant in commercial space.
But do developers tell themselves that, well, we're using all these agile methodologies, so we'll fix that in the next update that's going to show up in the next 2 months?
Yes. We'll put it in our security sprint.
Right.
Is the one I've heard.
Have you really?
I've heard the security sprint.
Oh, Lord.
That must be like a DevSecOps thing now, right?
I had that same thing, but a while ago with respect to accessibility. I was like, reviewing a pull request to be like, this is definitely not screen reader supported, because I also spent a bunch of time doing screen reader accessibility support. And it was like, yeah, that's an add-on. I'm like, no. You get the accessibility in while you're writing it the first time, and you have to touch the code again. Do it right the first time.
All right.
Yeah.
You've been given the magic wand and you can fix anything. What's the first thing you're going to fix?
Yeah, you work yourself out of the job right there with that magic wand.
Do you want to go first? Because I'm still processing that one. Now I know why my group was silent on my panel the other day.
That's a really interesting question. How powerful is this magic wand? What's the scope of
As
it?
powerful as you want it to be.
I don't know. Fix world hunger?
Well, there you go. I was hoping for something on software.
I know.
I would say education. I think if we had more folks educated, more folks in the industry, we have such a gap in just talent and diversity across. We have so many open positions with not enough folks filling those gaps and being able to actually participate in and grow their career in that space, that I think if we can fix one thing, it would be the education system to get more folks in the building, on the software, developing it with the proper, well-balanced knowledge of how to produce software, because there's a difference between a software developer versus a software developer that's security conscious versus a software developer that's security test conscious.
Mm-hmm. Agree?
There's no need to hack software anymore. I don't know. I love the exploitation, right? Like, take away the incentives, but like the incentives are always going to be there, right? You've got companies, corporations, it's.
There's always going to be a way. The will always find a way. Unfortunately, and that's how we keep our jobs.
I know it's human nature. So I don't know.
Your job is a little too easy right now as part of the problem.
I don't know if it's too easy.
Yeah.
It's a heavy load.
Yeah.
All right. Folks, you heard it here. As always, when we have a problem, it has something to do with our education system. So maybe we got to take a look at everything from the very beginning and start over. Folks, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. Hello and welcome back to the Open Source Summit in Vancouver. We're here with Jay White, who works with Microsoft, but is working on diversity and inclusion for the Open Source Security Foundation, which is a big job and a significant challenge these days. Jay, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much, Mike. Thank you for having me.
Diversity and inclusion has been an issue just about everywhere we go in IT, but what makes it more difficult to get folks involved from different backgrounds in cybersecurity?
Well, that's a great question. So the difficulty really lies in, first of all, being aware that places like the Open Source Security Foundation exist. And individuals from underrepresented communities don't have that knowledge. They don't know that the Open Source Security Foundation exists. They don't even know the Linux Foundation exists. And then what's even more astonishing about this is that these individuals are inside of our HBCUs. They're inside of our Hispanic universities as well. They're inside, and sometimes they're inside of even our most prestigious universities across the board. They don't know that these open source communities exist, and they don't know that they are avenues to get into cybersecurity. Everyone thinks that you want to get into one of the big name organizations, like for instance Microsoft and the Amazons and the Googles, and they say, well, that's our way in. But they don't know that you can get in sooner than that through being contributors to open source projects. You can learn more development-wise in these communities as well. So one of the biggest initiatives we have inside of the OpenSSF and inside of the DE&I Special Interest Group under the Education SIG, under the Best Practices Working Group, is outreach, right? And being a vehicle for getting that information out to those individuals and those underrepresented communities to know that, hey, you can get into cyber this way and then create the network you need to have, because it's not what you know necessarily, but who you know to help propel your career.
Are we a little too obsessed with people who have four-year college degrees, and we need folks who can just have a certain understanding of how software works and might have a knack for it?
I just had this conversation in a talk I gave yesterday. Being a person with a PhD, right? I went the long way, and I'm talking about certifications and education, everything else, because my understanding, especially being from underrepresented communities, is that I have to be 3 times more than the average person applying for the same position to get into these organizations, right? So that's the route I went. Having gone that route and having been in these roles now and looking at the problems that we're having, finding good talent, you have to realize that positions are no longer static in nature. They're dynamic in nature. And the dynamics around these positions live where it's not just be a coder. It's not just have an understanding of supply chain. But now it's having an understanding of how to be a good coder within the right supply chain, understanding CI/CD pipelines, how to secure them effectively, how to inventory them, and having to know what happens on one end of the chain and on the other end of the chain, which takes a level of dynamics that's seen today that wasn't seen yesterday. Those individuals don't have degrees that know that, right? And I'll take a step back and take a step back from that for a second and say, the good majority of them are sitting in their homes, learning this stuff themselves. The classroom is not teaching that effectively enough, but they're learning it, and we're not targeting those individuals and saying, hey, those individuals need to come in and teach us something, right? So,
to your point, DevOps, I don't think I can name a few colleges that have an actual DevOps program. It's much more of something that is taught from the ground up with a hard-won experience, right?
Absolutely, right? You hit the nail on the head. And these programs in school are very static in nature. I have a colleague of mine that's getting ready to stand up a class at Carnegie Mellon. Dynamic, so dynamic that he's teaching very real-world understanding of software engineering from a perspective of community building, from a perspective of nonprofits, from a perspective of what really happens during the development process towards a viable solution that you don't see organically amongst different programs, even in the most prestigious institutions.
Why is Microsoft keen about this particular project? Is it just that there's so many positions to fill and they have a vested interest, or is there some other incentive from them?
No, Microsoft wants to do things for the greater good, not just of Microsoft. I mean, the mission itself is empowering everyone and every organization to do more, right? So the empowerment piece to that is making sure across humanity that we're positioning everyone to do their best work. And that can only be done through diverse thought, inclusivity of everyone involved, and then an equitable situation where everyone has the same access to the same resources. That can't happen effectively in a silo. So it can't be siloed to Microsoft. We have to reach out to other organizations. We have to partner and collaborate through organizations like the OpenSSF to make sure that we achieve that vision of bringing people in, but also helping people find their place, even outside, to be effective collaborators towards our very similar objectives and solving our very similar issues and concerns.
What do we need to do to improve the outreach? Because people would go, well, there's an imbalance in the supply and the demand, and eventually there'll be a rebalancing as people become aware of that, and the economy will naturally take care of that. I think we've been waiting on that now for 10 years or so in cybersecurity space. But what does it take to kind of get more people involved? What does that conversation look like?
You know what? Allyship, true allyship. It's not enough for somebody from an underrepresented community like me to say, hey, we need you to go out and say, look, come in, the water's warm. It's not enough for me to do that in my community. I can do that. I could be living proof that you can enter in this field, but I didn't come into this space through somebody reaching out to me. I came into this space getting ready to retire from the military and saying, well, I want to do something that's going to give me a paycheck when I'm done. When I started in IT and tech, this was 20-something years ago, and it was because I saw that as an avenue to make money. I didn't see it as something that I had a keen and passion about. I developed that over time. But no one guided me to that. I just read the tea leaves. The problem is we need more people to guide, and I can reach out, but it takes true allyship to get that message out even further so that my reach is further. See, I can reach out, but my reach needs to be further, so I need allyship to do that. And that means that people from represented communities need to provide me the space, provide me the resources to further reach, right? And that way I can increase the outreach and everything else we're talking about here.
So much of what we do is dependent upon a happy accident. Myself, I answered the wrong ad in the New York Times 30 years ago, and here I am.
Absolutely. And I like the happy accident. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we can characterize my whole existence as, a happy accident. Jesus.
As you think it through for a minute, are the people who are involved in education not actually kind of helping? They're not really painting the picture for how to get from point A, where they are in the classroom, to something that looks like an actual career. I feel like a lot of times the academics are teaching theory, but and then they give you a degree or a certificate, and then you're out the door, and there's no what now.
So there's a couple of issues there, and I'll start with one, it's more individuals who earn degrees don't necessarily end up doing what they earned their degree in. So where does that start? That starts with mentorship and guidance on what kind of degrees an individual should be pursuing, right? There's not enough conversation around what someone's passionate about. Moreover, what somebody, I want to do this. Well, is that what you're really passionate about? No, but I think it would be cool to do. Mm-mm. What are you passionate about? What do you want to end up doing? There's not enough patience given to people to help them decide which way they want to go. And then the other end of that coin is on the other end of things with the educator. There's not enough people saying thank you. When I say there's not enough people saying thank you, there's something that can be said about an educator really understanding the impact they've had from an individual who reaches back and says, thank you for A, B, and C. Then that educator can say, well, that worked. And then they can replicate it. And then they can improve upon it and make it better. Those are metrics as well. You can't improve upon what you do without having a clear understanding of what those success indicators are. So there's not enough people going back to say thank you. And thank you for this, because through this, I was able to do this. Then the educator can better design their curriculums, can better design their plans. Even inside of a curriculum already given to them, they can take that curriculum and provide better direction and guidance within themselves and then in their sphere to replicate that thank you 10 times fold. Right?
Yeah. So before they hit me up for the alumni check, they should say, hey, you want to come talk to some of your old teachers? And then I'll give them the alumni check.
Absolutely. Where are they now?
As we play around with some of the notions that go on, you're ex-military. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of structure and discipline in the military, shall we say? Does that lend itself to cybersecurity in some ways?
Yes and no, right? So yes, because to keep your keep your focus, keep your discipline, keep your eye on the ball. The things that I used to do in the military lend themselves from a security standpoint, just being constantly vigilant. Some of us call each other bank robbers. Learning what the adversary, understanding what the adversary will do, so now you know how to mitigate, right? But then the other end's a no, because there's a beautiful art to cybersecurity. It's beautiful art to information security in general. Knowing that information security is a business function, it's not a technology function, it's a business function, information security. In that art form, every industry, every organization in that industry, every business unit in that organization, in that industry, has a different security posture. The structure looks different. The way you put different policies and procedures, the way you enforce them looks a little different, right? So there's a beauty in that. The military will teach you structure, they'll teach you discipline, give you a foundation of rigidity. What I like to call is the messy middle. As long as you develop your bookends, right? And the military gave me the bookends. Bookends are solid, the structure's solid. The middle can be as messy as it wants to be. I think there was a book that was written, the book that wrote this. I can't remember. But the messy can be the middle can be as messy as it wants to be. As long as those bookends and those structures are solid, right? You have an organization point. You have an orientation point, right? And I think that's what the military allowed me to do, but I had to provide my own, and this comes through experience and time, to understand the creativity that lives here in the middle.
Are you at all worried that it seems like the attackers are better organized than the defenders these days? So, do we need to kind of look at the playbooks and say, hey, the other guys, the adversaries, are getting a lot better at their game, and maybe we got to up our game?
I'm not sure if they're a little bit better. I say they have more time, right? So I watched over the last couple of years, and of course, being from the military, I pay attention to this stuff. As a matter of fact, having served in that environment, right? So, when we left Afghanistan, and I recall one of the quotes from the adversaries at that point said, well, you got the watch, but we got the time, right? Mm-hmm. So I look at the cyber game like that, right? Yeah, us defenders, we have the watch, right? But the threat actors, they have the time. Right? They can research whatever they need to research. They can organize whatever systems they want to organize, get their groups together and do all that kind of stuff. And when they're ready, attack. We have to sit there and watch and wait. right? Not that they're better, it's just that we're watching and waiting for something to occur that we may not necessarily know yet, right? So now you're talking about known versus unknown threats and vulnerabilities, right? We don't know what we don't know until we know it. They, on the other hand, they don't care what we know or what we don't know. They're just researching and doing and collecting and taking their time to do whatever they need to do. And
as one ex-military fella said to me, it's a lot easier to throw grenades than it is to catch them. Absolutely. Everybody and his brother is talking about AI, and we're talking about asking people to enter this security field. So do you think that this is a good field to still enter, or will AI take up a lot of these functions and tasks? And what do you think ultimately is going to be the impact?
So I think what we all should remember is that your AI system is built, configured, and developed by an individual. And the large language models, as wonderful as they are, they're still fallible through that human input and through human error. As long as human error is an element, there'll always be room for a cyber professional who's willing to be creative enough to address a lot of these emerging, continuous. So this is the beauty of information security, the beauty of cybersecurity in general. Being able to embrace the suck that is emerging risk, emerging threat. And I say the suck that is because you have to continuously get creative, expand your mind on what could occur. Not what's already occurring, but what could occur as a result. And then you have to get creative with things that happen in aggregate. You got to be able to read the tea leaves, right? Which gets incredibly hard, but that also comes through time and experience. There's always going to be room for more individuals because of that.
Yeah. For folks that want to maybe explore cybersecurity as a career, where do they find you? Where do they start?
Absolutely. Well, Jay White, you find me in most places, but come to the Open SSF, right? I'm all over the place in the Open SSF. So as soon as you join the Open SSF, as soon as you join any working group, wait a second, I'll show up. just give it a second, I'll show up. Find me there. Come in, the water's warm. Yeah.
All right, you heard it here, folks. Jay's watching. He's watching
Always.
for you.
Yeah.
Come help him out.
Yeah.
Jay, thanks
Mike,
for being on the show.
Hey, thank you very much.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit in Vancouver. I'm here with Amre Baran from Cerbos, and we're talking about authorization. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Sort out a very simple thing for me, if you don't mind. We talk about authorization, we have access management, we've got identity conversations going on all over the place these days. What is the difference between all these different things, and when do I use what for what?
Yeah, absolutely. So very basic security is comprised of 4 different things. Authentication, directory, authorization, and accounting, sometimes also known as audit. Authentication is about your identity. Are you who you say you are? It's logging into a system. Do you have the right credentials, or are you not trying to be somebody else? Then comes directory, which is about who are you in the organization? Which groups do you belong to? Are you a manager? Are you like a regular employee? What departments do you belong in? What geography you belong in? That's all the directory information. Then comes authorization. Once you know who you are and where you belong, are you actually allowed to perform an action or not? Are you allowed to edit this record? Are you allowed to view somebody's social security number? Are you allowed to list all the possible options for a given thing? And then comes audit, which is actually a record of everything you have done. This is classic audit trail that people actually keep track, who did what, when, and whether they were allowed or not. So that makes the the security layer in every software application.
Are we maybe not paying enough attention to certain elements of that? Because it seems like every time I hear about a security breach, I see the phrase privilege escalation. And that sounds to me like somebody's authorization was higher or granted to them than they should have had, or somebody managed to hack into somebody's system and make it look like they were somebody, and then they escalated from there.
Absolutely. And what we see in the industry, the very common reason for this is actually developers building their own security layer. Whether, the joke we have within the company is how hard is it to look up a username password table, but then billions of dollars later, you actually have proper credible companies like Okta actually providing those services. Very much so like cryptography, where you shouldn't be actually writing your own crypto and using actually industry standards. But it's very similar in authorization. You shouldn't be actually building your own authorization layer and using industry standard, very hardened systems. And often all of these breaches are a result of, somebody making a system very easy to try million username and password combinations, or somebody just giving a user of a system too many access privileges, and when their account gets compromised, some bad actor can actually do many other things.
So why are people rolling their own? Because what you're describing to me is not the business logic of the application where they're adding value. It's an important function, but it's a function nonetheless that is fairly common, right?
Absolutely, and it's standardized, right? Every software has this layer. The reason, a very simple reason, is engineers are a very capable bunch. They can say, "Oh, I can build that," and the very basic requirements of authentication or authorization are very simple to write in computer language with a very simple if-then-else statement. However, a lot of these things aren't enough as the use cases get more complex, as the requirements or regulations get more complex. And when an engineer looks at the problem, it's like, oh, I have to do just this one use case and solve it. It's a very simple thing to solve with their code. However, there's so many other requirements, so many other corner cases that they need to actually look into. When a software developer is building a business application, they don't have enough time to focus on this undifferentiated part of the stack. They actually want to all build business value. And they just, gloss over this with a very simple thing and saying like, maybe I'll come back to it later. And guess what? Business requirements and revenue and everything else usually trumps a lot of these requirements. And security is not one of those things where everybody thinks day in, day out, because it doesn't, it's one of those table stakes features that you need to have. However, it doesn't add an additional value to your business unless you get a breach and it actually you have, some negative consequences of it.
So what is the alternative? What are you guys doing to eliminate the need for me as a developer to go do all those things manually myself?
We ultimately at Cerbos make that authorization layer. We very much so focus on authorization and not every other part of it. So we integrate with all the authentication providers, we integrate with all the directory providers and log processing companies. And at Cerbos, what we do is we standardize this authorization layer and make it very scalable and extensible without you having to spend 3, 4, 5 months trying to build this infrastructure layer and maintain it. In many, startups and many early stage or even late stage software companies, there isn't a dedicated security engineering team who just focuses on the software security infrastructure. Oftentimes they use industry standard libraries for crypto. They use a system like Auth0, Fusion Auth, and various other authentication providers. And within that realm, Cerbos provides the authorization, which we make it very easy for developers to implement it in about 5 minutes. They define the rules and they get an API that they can work with while having an industry standard, extensible and scalable system that's going to perform really well.
Are the bad guys kind of counting on us messing this up, and so they're kind of sniffing around and going, hey, this is just perfect. Once they get past the identity layer, they steal somebody's credentials, they're probably looking for a poorly implemented authorization environment going, and that's when the party begins from their perspective.
I'm not sure if they're specifically hunting for this, but a very classic first step, a bad guy, once they get into a system, is knock on all the doors, trying to figure out what they can do and what they can't. And a very common use case is regular users having too many privileges in a given system. And with systems like Cerbos, in a regular developer-built environment, if they haven't paid attention, a manager is capable of doing everything, right? So you actually say an admin can do everything. However, and in order to compartmentalize those security privileges, usually developers now have to do more work to be able to restrict it. An admin can only edit, for example, the users in a given period during the day, during the weekday, from an office location, etc. So bad guys, of course, try and knock on every single door and see what they can get away with, what they can do. And if you haven't built the infrastructure to be able to restrict all these different requirements, you're exposed to all these possibilities.
We're seeing a lot more conversations about regulations around the world. Do you think developers are going to be held more liable for this kind of thing? And because it seems like they're all saying, well, if you took reasonable precautions, we won't, throw you in the clink. But what is the definition of reasonable precautions?
So one of the reasons why we see the authorization getting so much attention right now is absolutely that. There are regulations like CCPA, GDPR in Europe, making sure that you know when you've been hacked, when you have to report when some bad actor has gotten into your system, has done things that they weren't supposed to do. So at this stage, developers themselves are not held responsible individually, but when you look at GDPR, companies are held responsible, and chief data officers are actually personally liable if they don't report any of these breaches, and they can actually go into jail for it. So we're seeing more requirements come into play, and that in turn creates requirements to develops your software more reliably, more safe and secure. So I'm not sure in any day soon a developer will be put in jail, but companies start feeling the pressure, and of course that will trickle down.
To that end, how much of this is essentially an invitation to a failed audit if I do it myself? Because there's auditors out there that are going to be looking for this stuff, and
absolutely.
And if I'm going to fail an audit, why do it wrong in the first place?
So audits like SOC 2 and ISO 27001 have this requirement in there, knowing that who did what when, being able to produce a full action log of who tried to do something. So the issue is not having the requirement in there. The issue is when a company is actually being audited by a security company to pass their audit, how are they really looking into it? How much are they really looking into it? In many organizations, when they go through those ISO requirements or SOC 2 requirements, they just generate a very simple log of everything and saying, look, we have it in there. but the requirements are getting year after year more strict about that. A very good example of this is, historically it's been a log requirement of logging of actions, who did what. However, now what's becoming more important, who tried to do what, and they actually failed. Being able to record the failures and not only recording the successes of who did what. Mm-hmm. So all of these are things that we build into our product so that we can actually expose these data points. And as we expose these data points, organizations become more aware of all these requirements.
Who's making this decision? Is it the development team or the security people who are showing up driving this conversation these days?
So the decision is made by two different groups at two different times in a given organization. In very early stages, it's usually the decision is made by a technical architect or whoever is assuming that role. In some very small startups, it's the co-founder CTO. In a larger company, it's a VP of engineering, and even enterprise level companies, it's a technical architect. And that is very much so the technical requirement of what product should we use to satisfy the requirements we have in here. The business requirements usually come from the product management or chief information and security officer side. And then as an organization gets more robust and you actually start adding dedicated people for the CIO and CSO roles, those requirements actually now generated, and they start taking a number in the backlog of all the development features that needs to be done, needs to get prioritized and everything else. And again, this is one of the biggest problems we see with organizations, because most of the time those requirements don't rank high enough when compared to all the revenue generating possibilities that a developer can spend their time on. At the end of the day, product and development engineering teams have limited resources, and they need to prioritize everything that's sitting in their backlog.
Everywhere we go these days, somebody's talking about policy as code. Can I get authorization policies as code?
Absolutely. That's one of the things that we actually enable, making sure that all of your policy, all of the requirements, all of your security policies as immutable policies sitting and making it human readable, as simple as English. We have, there are many products out there where you can write policy as code, but it's actually written in a programming language. You still need some translation by an engineer to explain what it is. But one of the key things that we have actually very early on focused on Cerbos, making that immutable and making it as simple as possible, as plain language as possible, so anybody, when they look at it, they can figure out what's going on in there.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, therefore, we'll see more DevOps teams getting involved in this conversation, because ultimately they want things that are repeatable, testable, explainable, observability? This is where they all live. So is this going to be part of my pipeline at some point?
We already make it part of your pipeline. So, and what we see is, the shift left movement. Rather than DevOps, this is actually now becoming more of a job of a developer, because ultimately what authorization products, what they're really doing is they're productizing all these requirements as early as possible and making it, adjacent to your business requirements, adjacent to your business needs. We are seeing, DevSecOps is the new term that exists, but a lot of whether it's DevOps or DevSecOps, many of the genesis of the requirements, genesis of the, what's the right word?
Request?
Of the request are actually now being addressed by developers themselves, because they can. New authorization tools that are available make it very simple for them, so they don't need to be actually specialized in it.
You cannot walk down the street without somebody talking about AI these days, so will AI get applied to authorization management?
Absolutely. As I mentioned very early on, one of the key parts of the security layer is actually audit and knowing who did what when, and that's a great data set to be able to train your AI models, figuring out what was a legitimate request, legitimate action, what wasn't. So when we look at an authorization layer, what authorization layer does is in real time makes decisions about whether you're allowed to do that or not. Today, many of the policies, many of the application of policies are done based on rules and these, policy as code, but soon we can see a future where those decisions are actually dynamically made by AI. As humans, we're not we're fallible, right? There might be a policy that actually leaves a corner of, a corner open for a bad actor to come in and exploit it. But if you have, let's say, a user who's never done a certain action, suddenly taking that action in your system at 3 a.m. around the world, in the other part of the world, the chances are potentially that's a bad actor, and AI should be and will be able to catch that and block it on its tracks.
So what is that one thing you see organizations doing over and over again that just makes you shake your head and go, I think we're better than this?
The key thing that we see in many organizations are going back is like building their own security layer, and it's the not. I mean, in the past there were great tools that scaled well. Fine, do it. But the attitude that we see is like, oh, we can do that, and then they don't actually open their eyes and looking at the possibilities of specialized companies building these great tools and making them available, especially in our case, making it available for free to developers.
All right, folks, you heard it here. Just because you can build it yourself doesn't mean you should. Amre, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. And welcome back to the Open Source Summit in Vancouver. We're here with Adolfo Garcia from ChainGuard, and we're talking about, well, what else? Open source software and security, because it seems to be the dominant topic of the day. Adolfo, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
We are talking about everything from salsa frameworks to people are signing code. It kind of feels like maybe we're making progress, but are we? And where are we on this journey?
Yeah, I guess there's been progress. There's been a lot of progress. I feel the most progress over the last year has been probably seeing this shift in mindset of people becoming aware that supply chain security is a big problem that they start to get to start understanding that they need to have a more visible chain when they're releasing and consuming software. And you see people all over the place starting to ask the right questions on the kinds of information, the metadata they should be consuming and generating when they release software. So I think that it's a big win. SBOMs are now a main concern. People are starting to understand, not only because they're compelled to require SBOMs, but also starting to question what's in the SBOMs they're receiving and consuming and producing. So I feel there's been progress.
I feel like people's hearts are always in the right place, but do we need to make it easier for them to do the right thing?
Right, exactly. Yeah, and it's difficult because a lot of the technologies that we are trying to, push forward and develop to make the supply chain more secure are new. So there's a lot of tools that need to get written, not only for the developers, but also for CISOs and that scale well for enterprise level products. So it's a lot of work that has to be done, but we're getting there.
Is part of the issue now that we're putting so much focus on this that the bad guys are looking up going, hey, what's that issue? Great, thanks. So, and that will force everybody, of course, to up their game because there's more bad guys. So are we in some sort of yin and yang, push and pull kind of thing, but it's just the nature of the beast?
Yeah, it's a yin and yang, but eventually the industry has a lot of resources. And so what you're trying to get is more alignment, and through efforts like the OpenSSF and the communities around open source and around the standards, once we get those incentives aligned and the industry pushes together, we're going to see much more faster progress.
You guys are deeply involved with both the Linux Foundation and the Open Software Security Foundation. What are you guys working on? What are those projects, and where do those two things kind of hook up?
Yeah, we as a company in China are involved in everywhere around supply chain. So we are involved in projects. I'm personally involved in a lot in SBOMs and working upstream in Kubernetes and other open source projects. And but ChainGuard also has a lot of participation in projects like Sigstore, Salsa, and we have some of our folks are also on the governing board of the OpenSSF, on the TAG, so everywhere.
What exactly is the challenge with SBOMs? On the face of it, it seems relatively simple. I've got a list of ingredients in my software, so where does this become harder than just what I said?
Well, I guess the challenge with SBOMs is that SBOMs are, as you say, like a clear and rather easy proposition for people who are involved in making software and into supply chain security, but companies found themselves mostly overnight being required on track to be required to demand SBOMs and to produce SBOMs when selling to the government, and the tooling was not there. So that's the main challenge. So people have been rushing sometimes faster than the development of the SBOM to produce a tool. So some tools are not compatible with each other. The formats, it's not easy to work with them together. But I feel we're making progress to overcome the problem with the formats, as they are working to become interoperable, and also tooling is getting much better to either both produce SBOMs and also handle them at scale.
do organizations that consume software have a plan of what to do with all these SBOMs? I feel like everybody's requesting an SBOM, but they don't really have something on the back end to manage this process.
Yeah, and this takes me back to where I was talking about the change in mindset. So if you were to any of the SBOM meetings, I don't know, 6 months ago, people were like, I need an SBOM, like procurement, legal, is asking me to request SBOMs from suppliers. And they really didn't care what was in the documents, and they didn't have a use case for them. But now we're starting saying that companies are starting to, okay, I already have the documents, I might as well just do something with them. And they're starting to look into the SBOMs. Some of them are not very high quality. Some of them vary differently. People just like to throw anything into those documents. So now that companies are starting to look into what they're getting, they're starting to demand better quality, and things will improve.
A lot of code is updated on a daily, weekly basis. How do I update the SBOM?
So a good software release should have an SBOM attached to it. And it's not only about the SBOM, but there's also other metadata related to the SBOM that gets released on a different cadence than the SBOM. So you release software, and on par with it, you should be starting to think on releasing VEX and also additional SBOMs when things change. But any software release needs to start with a good SBOM.
We hear a lot about AI. Will AI get applied to SBOMs, and what might that look like?
Yeah, so currently SPDX version 3 is about to, so we just released SPDX version 3. It was announced just before the conference started. And the first release candidate already has an AI profile. And the idea with the AI profile is that once the SBOM not only needs to describe the software, the application, but also the model and the data sets that were used to train it. So SPDX has already an AI profile that captures all of that information.
Who's in charge of A, the creation of the SBOM, and then B, the consumption of the SBOM? Are these different people in different organizations, and how does that structure kind of look to you?
Yeah, ideally, they should be different organizations. The SBOM should be provided to the consumer by the supplier. So if I'm a software project, I am a software vendor, I should be giving those SBOMs to my consumer or client or customer or whatever. And on the consumer side, well, it depends on what you're doing with the SBOM. SBOMs may be consumed by risk analysis tools, by legal, procurement, people who want to understand licensing in their software. So SBOM has many uses. The biggest two that you'll get across are licensing and security. We are mostly in security, but it depends on who's reading those documents.
Sometimes you hear from folks that they're a little wary of putting all their secret sauce into an SBOM because they're worried somebody's going to steal their software idea or component. Is that a legitimate concern, and what do we do about that?
Yeah, my guess is when you think about applications, most software is 90% open source. So there is an ingredient of the secret sauce, but you don't. The only thing that you have to list in your software is your components, and your secret sauce gets abstracted in a package that is really opaque and doesn't reveal anything. So I guess there may be some corner cases on people not wanting to reveal, details about their product, but mostly it should be okay because it's opaque. And the main concern, which may be a valid one, but I mean, transparency is key in all of this, is when organizations don't want to necessarily reveal who their suppliers are. So that may be a concern, but I think in the end, the extra transparency brought by the SBOMs will benefit the whole industry.
We're seeing a lot more regulations coming down the pike. It seems like they're going to get stricter as we go along, and now even there's more vertical industries that are applying these mandates. So is it pretty much a fait accompli that I'm going to have to figure out how to make all this SBOM stuff work?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds scary. But in the end, what we want as an industry is that SBOMs are completely transparent to software developers and also to anyone not interested in consuming them. So tools should care about SBOMs and raise maybe a flag when you don't have one or have a valid quality one. but this information should be flowing automatically, machine readable without human intervention, so it won't be any obstacle in the further development.
Do you think we'll get to a point where organizations will have some sort of governance mechanism as software moves through their pipeline? They'll look at the SBOM and they'll say deploy or not deploy based on what they know about the vulnerabilities of a particular component.
Yeah, I mean, we have been in contact with customers and everything, and companies already have those policies, and people, and the whole idea of the SBOM is act on the information that's contained in it, either not deploying it, but also going to the point of notifying developers, or even like not letting things run inside of your organization if you detect that a component is vulnerable.
Do you think that ultimately this will improve the hygiene of applications? Because today, developers will continue to download a version of something that they know that works, but it's highly vulnerable, or they'll get fooled by somebody doing some typo squatting and download something without even looking at it. So ultimately, does this circle back into just better hygiene?
Yeah, absolutely. And so now that we have SBOM, we don't have the proverbial SBOM everywhere that the OpenSSF wants, but now that we're seeing them more widely available, you're starting to see how that information is already showing you the exposure that some software has to dependencies, sometimes not even needed dependencies. So we at ShaneGuard produce these super small images based on our OS Wolfie, and those have the bare minimum dependencies. So you compare the SBOM to that and just scan any random image out there, and you have 10 times more dependencies because people are just using generic images. And the SBOM, it's a really good pathway to understanding what you're consuming and software that you're pulling from the net.
So what's your best advice to folks about how to get started? What have you seen some organizations do for best practices that kind of get them moving in the right direction?
For SBOM, you mean?
Yeah.
So the first thing is start creating an SBOM as part of your CI/CD pipeline, especially when you release. When you release, have some sort of SBOM generator that captures the software dependencies and have that document published as part of your release. So along your binaries or along your images, be sure to get that SBOM out. Sign it, because signing is important so that people know it's coming from you. And even if it's a low quality document, you'll be making great advance. And so put out that document, let people use it and get feedback and improve it as your consumers need it.
All right. Folks, you heard it here first. Just get started down the path and will become more apparent what you need to do as you go along. But the most important thing is just do something, because doing nothing is going to become unacceptable real quick. Thanks for being on the show, buddy.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, back to you guys. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit. We're here in Vancouver, and we're checking out this new Cyberscape zine, which has been created by our lovely guest here, who is a student from the University of British Columbia. She's created this in collaboration with the Linux Foundation, and I'm hoping you'll give us the backstory. But as you can see, it has some lovely text in here that's all about cybersecurity, and it kind of tells a narrative in its own right. Inova, walk us through this a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So my initial idea for this zine was inspired by zine culture in Vancouver, and also the data from the impact of media on cybersecurity. So I can walk through a little bit of just the visuals and also the information that's displayed in the zine. So zine culture is very community driven and grassroots, and I wanted to just come and display information that is impactful and relating to how to get involved in the open SSF community and cybersecurity in a way that was accessible and also beautiful. So yeah, these are just a few of the quotes from people in the community and also data visualizations on some key vulnerabilities and media responses to these vulnerabilities.
So I grew up reading actual physical newspapers and magazines back in the day, like Newsweek and Time, and then everything went digital. So this is printed. I was like, wow, I haven't held something actually like this to read in quite some time. Is this making a comeback as a format, or what's going on here?
I'd love for it to make a comeback as a format. I also love having something to hold and give to people. I feel like so much of information is online and shared through the internet. It's really hard to come by something like physical and flippable. And I thought that was something different and interesting to bring to a conference about technology and the internet, of course.
What's old is amazingly new again.
Yeah.
You're going to do these at different conferences as they go along. Are they all going to be on security? You're going to have different topics, or how's this going to play out?
Yeah, I'd love for this to evolve with the industry, and I think having the community inform what topics are going to be discussed is something I'd love to explore. So evolving with the trends of the community and touching on different topics, whether it be art and AI, security, or even like memory safety and languages. Those are all topics I want the community to inform. So yeah, very community driven and always open sort of to feedback from everyone. Yeah.
How did you get involved in this project, and what's your background, and the university has something to do with this? Kind of walk us through that.
Yeah, for sure. So I can maybe flip to some pages that I worked on. So here's a good spread of the art that I made. My background is in computer science and business, and I've also been an artist for 8 years. So it's definitely informed my work and also how I interact with cybersecurity and this space. My inspiration was taking a data set and visualizing it in a new way using an OpenJS framework. And it was actually my first sort of exposure to open source. So I am a new member to this community, and it's been a very incredible and educational experience so far. But my interaction with this zine is the art and the idea of it. So I created all the visualizations, the code, and also invited community members to join and collaborate with me. And I'm very thankful for all of that.
What was your impressions of the event so far over the last couple of days? Is there anything that kind of leapt out at you and you went, wow, that was fun, or I didn't expect that, or conversely, things that maybe we should be thinking about that we're not?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely my first open source summit and conference of this nature. I think what has struck me as most interesting is how diverse and widespread the topics are and the people here are, and I think that's a very impactful and beautiful thing that I want to highlight in my further work, whether it be through zines or education work, and just working with all people of all different trades and interests. Something I do want people to think about more, or maybe what I've noticed, is the lack of certain kinds of thinking or visualizations in different spaces. So thinking about maybe older ideas or past data in a way that is novel, and thinking about, for example, media and large vulnerabilities and how they relate in a way that is more aesthetic or creatively focused, could lead us to even technical and business conclusions that we haven't really thought of before.
If I stick a couple of subjects together tangentially, maybe some greater truth will emerge.
Exactly.
You have a background in computer science, and I don't think it would shock anybody if I told them that the number of people here who are under 30 is probably relatively small. What is it going to take to get more of the cool kids involved in this kind of program, and in open source and Linux? Because if we don't get the kids involved, the whole thing will start to just fade away.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that, but I would like to say that the coolest kids are here. Yeah, but I think getting kind of intergenerational or cross-disciplinary collaboration, discussion, conversations going is really important. Also, an inspiration of creating this scene and getting people talking in a medium that is print and not necessarily the newest communication technologies or siloed spaces on different platforms or websites that are hard to break out of or share in a way that includes everyone. So getting people involved, doing something that is cool and just maybe is different and looks beautiful or looks interesting in a new way, I think that could bring more people in, and also getting them involved in something that is tangible and they can see their contributions, their work recognized in a new platform, a new format, a zine, and getting people just interested and excited, I think.
Do we need to reach out more at the university level, or is it more grassroots than that, do you think, over time, in terms of how we build those engagements? Because I think sometimes we talk organization to organization, but maybe it's just about the people.
Yeah, I think the people, for sure. And when we talk about grassroots, I'd love to see education resources and kind of involvement like this project in places that aren't traditionally technical. So I'd love to see it in like museums, art galleries, cafe across the street from the convention center, universities, and also corporate entities, open source, all working together in a way that isn't owned by a specific entity, but rather by the people. I think there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of different avenues and collaboration kind of techniques that could be further explored.
And is that an event, or does it really need to be a lifestyle? Because the places that you're describing are things we go to all the time. So do we need to maybe embed that a little bit more in the fabric of what we do every day versus make it a thing that we're going to have an event this time next year on this day, everybody be here?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely some challenges with having a huge event be kind of the only time we're all together and talking about situations, whereas maybe in a normal day we're all sort of working in separate spaces and not really talking and interacting together to create something new and collaborative. But I think, yes, a lifestyle shift or even just a mindset shift of how can I look at this in a new way? How can I work with someone who has a completely different background that I would not maybe normally interact with in a day-to-day, but together having different perspectives and different ways of looking at a problem. How could we implement that in our everyday lives?
All right, folks. The kids want to play, but we got to make it fun. And maybe we got to think about how we're going to go doing that. Nova, thanks for being on the show.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. And we'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Open Source Summit here in beautiful Vancouver. We're here with David and Ben from Puppet, and we're talking about open source software and DevOps. This is peanut butter and jelly, right? It all comes together, it's perfect?
I don't know if I would go as far as to say perfect, but we try. We try.
So what are the challenges with managing open source software as you build applications through a DevOps workflow, and you got all these different pieces and versions and the pipelines? So from what you guys have seen, what are people struggling with?
That's an interesting way of looking at it, I think, because open source software isn't inherently different from proprietary software when it comes to just managing and installing it across your infrastructure. There's less license management, so you don't have to, you can just do it, which is really nice. But there's a ton of benefits, and that's the way that I like to look at it, is like benefits of open source. And I think there's two real big benefits that I kind of want to talk about, and that's trust and collaboration. And the thing about trust is, like, if you look at DevOps pipelines, you look at configuration management platforms and whatnot, there's a lot of things that you're trusting us with, right? Like, we have root access on your systems, and we're configuring your systems with a lot of things, and being able to look at the source code allows you to trust us, allows you to trust the content authors, the modules you get off the Forge. It gives you a much greater level of trust in what you're actually deploying into your infrastructure. And then the collaboration part is, in reality, a lot of these tools don't offer a ton of value by themselves. It's the content that gets deployed by them. And Puppet's value is what you can do with Puppet, and that's all enabled by content. And we do build and maintain a lot of our own content, but the vast majority of it comes from our community. And so engaging with community and working with them together on their open source projects or open source modules, that's how we build this vast value for the entire ecosystem.
How do I maintain the context given all the dependencies that can exist between all those different tools as I'm going along? Is that kind of what you're providing, is the value add, or what is the role of Puppet in that conversation?
Do you want to give a stab at that? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think, when you're looking at big organizations, often have almost a mistrust of open source because they don't, when, as you're saying, there's a lot of open source products, they know they can get the value, but they have a certain fear of understanding how to work with those communities and how to contribute into those communities. I think when an organization like Puppet comes in, with a strong history and strong relationships in those communities, we're able to kind of provide that sort of enterprise level support for our enterprise level customers, and at an open source level work alongside different communities, and work on the right kind of integrations and partnerships, to give everyone confidence using the product, from those who are using it as purely open source to those who are using it commercially.
Are you becoming something of a conduit back to those open source projects about how their software is being used in the enterprise, and they may or may not take that into consideration, but there's a dialogue starting to happen?
It's definitely a dialogue, because I come from the enterprise side originally. I worked for a bank for 13 years, and one of the strongest aspects we found was it's very hard to deliver open source, frankly, any software into those kind of organizations without good usage examples. So we often found it was very powerful if you're looking at Puppet. If we had kind of good open source customers who showed how they used the products, that was often one of the big feeders into the enterprise customers. So they could understand and see how people were already using it, rather than having to try and take something and immediately putting it into the production of a bank, for example. And it equally does feed back, because in the Vox Pupili community that we work with directly, we kind of message the things that our customers are trying to do, and they kind of discuss the challenges that they're working on, and often by going back and forth we can come up with the best solutions through that cooperation.
One interesting part about this ecosystem is that we're basically talking about two layers of open source. Is that there's the open source projects that everybody's all familiar with. There's MariaDB, MySQL, Apache, etc. But then the Puppet modules that allow Puppet to manage them and maintain them, those themselves are open source projects. And so while we don't necessarily have direct engagement with the maintainers of the managed projects like Apache, we do engage very, very directly and practically every single day with the maintainers of the open source Puppet modules. Like for example, I have a monthly sync with the leadership of the Vox Populi group, and we talk about what challenges they're having and what challenges we're having, and maybe give some like heads up of things that are happening, and we just kind of work together on solutioning some of these things that we're struggling with.
And not all those folks are Puppet employees, I take it. So how big is the community around these different modules?
It's very large, but there's different levels of activity. We have about 8,000 modules on the Forge. Probably 1,000 to 2,000 of those are actively maintained. Like people are making active commits and updating them month by month, year by year. And then the Vox Populi group is about 300 individuals, with probably a tenth of that are highly engaged. Those are the ones who attend this monthly sync. We have a small leadership group that attends these, and we do literally talk to them like they're on our Slack channel, and we just like chat back and forth, and a lot of them we even consider personal friends. So.
Are you going to add more of these projects going forward, or do you got enough and just enough to handle as it is?
I'd say that's up to the community. They'll add projects, they'll add Puppet modules for the things that they need to manage, and the things that they are finding less use managing, those will kind of like, we'll let them sunset. Mm-hmm. So the number of modules I think is growing steadily, but it's not like exploding. It's a mature ecosystem, so it's like in that state where it's a slow, steady growth.
David, after we build all these applications, how is the delivery process evolving from your perspective? Historically, at least from my understanding, everybody does CI pretty well, but CD has been a little bit more challenging. And so where are we on that maturity curve?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've made a kind of number of assumptions in the past about how sophisticated, how mature people are in understanding how they should test and how they should manage pipelines. And I think at the event in the past few days, speaking to some of the supply chain security and understanding how to have better security as things are published and things are delivered through pipelines is definitely something we'll be investing more in, and looking to create partnerships with other groups to help standardize that sort of thing. Because I think a lot of even kind of we talk about Vox Populi, they work on a community standard to understand how best they should do pipelines. Our customers can struggle as well, because I think sometimes there's an assumption they're going to have the institutions and organizations internally in big enterprises, but often they don't. So I think trying to help build more in the community and bring it to the enterprise as well. So just like we talked about how the open source examples help them see how to use our products, showing again how pipelines can be done well in the community and bringing them to enterprise.
I think one interesting aspect of that is that one thing that we're learning and we're kind of messaging is that configuration management and a lot of these DevOps tooling, it's software. And we deliver it with software pipelines. Mm-hmm. And people are still kind of struggling to get used to that.
We hear about the rise of platform engineering. Is that an attempt to kind of bring some order to the chaos?
Yeah, I mean, this was very close to me because I've been recently presenting on, Puppet does its State of DevOps report. This year's was platform engineering. And we'd looked into it as a result of last year's result, kind of showing that platform engineering was one of these things that we saw as a kind of prominent feature of highly evolved DevOps companies. There's obviously been a lot of buzz around it, but I think when you kind of break down into those who do it well, I think it has a huge effect on people delivering well and freeing up the developers, so they're not having to do reinvent the wheel and do repetitive tasks that aren't their core domain. And yeah, it's still relatively young, I would say. The survey showed us that the majority are kind of under 3 years. So we're going to be interested to see how people continue to commit to that, because often with these sort of phases, people will, everyone will start up their own platform. There'll be money, or there'll be interest from community or leaders, and then it's, when it gets into that longer period where it becomes a challenge to keep it going.
Or somebody may rebel because they're going to perceive that this is the revenge of centralized IT. And
it's a real big challenge, right? Is that we need to present it as being mutually beneficial. And once people realize that they get value out of this, they're just as invested in the platform as the people building the platform for them.
There was one really interesting thing in the State DevOps report on that point, which was, the survey was done to try and make sure, it wasn't just operators saying, of course platforms are wonderful, but you had the users as well. And in terms of, they were talking about how centralized people wanted them to be, and I mean centralized in terms of multiple business units, having a platform. It was kind of universally popular and viewed as universally beneficial for delivery from both operators and from consumers.
What surprised you in the report? What was in there that you didn't expect? Because you've been around the block a couple of times now.
I think the biggest thing for me was actually there was a sort of universal positiveness. You normally get at least some cynicism, whereas kind of I think it was almost 94% reported that it was a benefit to their adoption of DevOps, and I think also a very large number reported it was increasing their delivery time. And I'd normally expect to see a much more substantial number kind of saying this is just hype, or this is just buzzwords, whereas it seemed to be quite universally believed in.
And again, that was users and operators both, right?
That was users and operators both, and the report also did have control groups to try and have the views of people who weren't using platforms that had only seen platforms.
What do you guys think is the state of the relationship between developers and the software engineers that run the DevOps teams? Seems like, we want to shift a lot of things left, and sometimes the developers are using DevOps tools and sometimes not. And how do we kind of bring all these folks together?
Well, both silent. Yeah, it's always a challenge. There's always a balance. As we're talking about the platforms there, we don't want to over-centralize things in such a way that people don't get the best tools that they need. So I think, when we're highlighting one of the, just touching again on platforms, one of the things that was highlighted was it needs to be product managed. You need somebody going to the developers and, finding out their needs, finding out the directions they're going in, and making sure that the platform or whatever you're providing is evolving to their needs. Yep. And equally, there's always going to be some exceptions, and we need to give enough freedom for developers to develop in the way that's effective for them and allows the release to be effective. But as far as possible, providing those tools centrally and through platforms.
I think that, as a developer myself, the thing that I want out of a platform like this is I want it to shift left the things that are going to provide value and benefit to me, but not the things that aren't going to. And it's I don't really want to have to think about writing ingress routes and everything. I just want to say my application should be available to the internet, and having that ability to abstract away the things that I don't need to care about, but while still being able to drill in if I do need to care about them. That's to me, that's the way that we get to we get buy-in, and we get people talking to each other and both into the platform.
Is the cognitive load on developers too high? Ultimately, you want to write business logic and the fun stuff, right?
That I think that is so very, very concisely what I'm trying to get at is if I have to understand all of my business logic and all of the operational logic, it's a lot to hold in your head.
I think one thing we commonly see is organizations who do it well quite often form communities of practice, and they bring in lots of groups of developers and the engineers and have those discussions of, well, how are you doing things now? What tools are you using? And they look for those things that are commonalities. So you're then able to identify, well, actually, we can see these things are in common in our organization, and those are clear targets we can create platforms around and find useful ways to work together. And equally, some developers who may kind of be we were only using this because we had to have something, may actually find that's something they can drop. Focusing on where we can reduce the cognitive load, well, and not kind of just saying, this is the one platform to rule them all and you have to use it.
Have we, to a certain degree, DevOps has always been about ruthless automation, and yet you go visit some folks and you talk to them and you find out there's a lot of manual processes floating around and there's a lot of toil. So do we kind of need to take a giant step back and rethink all this stuff? Because I think we get into a mindset where I bought this thing 5 or 6 years ago and it doesn't occur to me that maybe the world's moved on a little bit.
There was a cartoon that I saw, I think it was XKCD, that talked about like the value you get from like the time you save by automating something versus the time you spent to do that automation. And I think that's really it. It's like, if we get value from automating something, then we need to do it. And if it's not, if it's a manual task that doesn't have to be done perfectly, and we only do it once a year, then we don't get the same amount of value from it. But
sorry, go on. I was just going to say, there was one key thing just on that experience recently where I was working with a customer who was kind of disappointed they hadn't got enough automation in one of their pipeline setups. But actually I then spoke to the other side, and the application teams were delighted because the key thing they got out of it was they were in control of their own deployment. They'd previously been in a gateway sort of environment where a central infrastructure team had to approve their code going to production. And even though they had these manual steps, they had some change process things to do, the fact was they could do it under all their own steam. And now, they were able to say, when we want to deploy code, we just have to put the effort in to get through those steps. So sometimes it's not even just about being fully automated, it's about, developers having their own control over their own code to deploy.
Are we measuring the wrong things? We're all obsessed with DORA metrics, but in reality, there's this thing you call developer experience, and maybe we should be measuring that more so than, what my uptime was for a release cycle or whatever other thing that we're kind of obsessing about at the moment.
I think one of the things that I like to measure is frustration, developer frustration. And I think, like, key over everything, that's the summary of all of the metrics.
One question I want to ask you, we've been talking about security all week long. Where does security fit in this DevOps workflow? And is that a security team coming to the DevOps team, or am I training the DevOps people more on security? Where do you think this is all going to play out?
I mean, I think it has to be at all levels. I mean, and I think, again, mention community of practices. I think when you can bring those teams together to discuss how security needs to be done, and work out where best things should go into pipelines, what tools should be used, and just make people aware where the risks are. Because I think if you look at the kind of supply chain management that's been talked a lot about today, and you can see a lot of vendors here today talking about it, I think there was a kind of naivety around the publication of open source software, whether it was packaged software or modules going up into shared resources, where the bar was often relatively low in terms of releasing to those areas. And now there's big questions about, well, to make it easier for people to consume that, we should actually have not necessarily gateways, but just kind of almost like being scanned coming through the airport to make sure there's nothing bad on you, there's nothing kind of obvious patterns, or we're hearing from some other vendors about how they showed there was kind of 30% of NPM packages that did nothing, and there was a suspicion around well, clearly that's looking to pollute and looking to kind of create problems.
But again, like what you kind of hinted at earlier, is it's multi-level. It's like you can't just like buy a product, stick it somewhere in your pipeline and call it done. It's like we shift security left, but we also have to keep checking it. We secure our pipeline. When you deploy your code, you need to secure that. When you put it in your infrastructure, you should still be scanning that and making sure that what's actually deployed is still meets all of your security requirements. So it's many levels. We have to pay attention to all of them.
When I go to the airport today, it takes me a lot longer to get on that plane than it did 10 or 15 years ago. Do we have to accept that maybe the pace of software development is going to slow down a little bit as we put more of these controls in place, or can we keep going at the pace we're at and be secure?
I think that we're going to have a little bit less security theater than the TSA.
I mean, I think that, I think it's that funny thing. It's almost the difference is, if you get your developers, so they understand what they're going through. Because the difference is when you go to the airport, there's a good reason which I haven't been in a while. So you kind of stumble through, find out, oh, I've got to take my shoes off now. And I think it's that same thing. If your developers aren't really sure what they should be doing, then they are going to stumble through that kind of pipeline and that queue. Whereas if it's kind of well reversed and well understood, and I always think it's that key thing. If people understand why the security steps are being done, then they can be far happier to follow them and see them of value. Is when you kind of get these arbitrary steps that people kind of, why the heck am I taking my shoes off? I don't know. And then they become more resistant and more fumbly with it. So I think it's that thing of, it doesn't have to be if it's done well and the education's done well and the promotion's done well. But I think it will take time to get right.
Is he right? Do we just need a known traveler number for developers?
No, I think he's totally right. One of the things that we're doing at Puppet is like our security. We do have a security team, but in reality, our security team is all of our engineers because we all work together. We all talk together, and we all participate in even some of the decision making and how we're going to go about solving some of the problems. So there are some steps that we have cut down and made take a little bit longer. But we all understand that that is going to save us time in the long run. It's going to make us more secure today, and it's also going to save us time in the long run because we don't have to resolve things coming up down the road. And I think we're all on board with it.
What's that one thing you see DevOps teams doing over and over again that just makes you shake your head a little bit and go, I think we're better than this, folks?
I mean, for me, I think it's, again, this is coming from my banking experience. I think the thing is that common thing of when tools are just dropped down and, maybe they've bought a book or something and said, right, we're doing scrums, we're doing this, and you can see that in terms of the kind of the teams and the kind of interactions with each other, nothing's changed. So they're more or less kind of doing exactly what they were doing before, but they've just kind of translated it into Jira and, sitting down every morning and saying what they were doing, exactly what they were doing before anyway. So I think it's this assumption you can almost just buy DevOps rather than actually working together to work in a different way.
You mean that waterfall approach to DevOps is working really well?
Yeah, well that's the thing. You see some sprints and they're essentially waterfall sprints. They're nothing's changed in how
Here's
they deliver.
An assignment, go do it.
Yeah.
This is really funny because you started talking and you said almost exactly the same thing I was going to say. It's the thing that bothers me is people think that they can buy a thing, flip a switch, do a toggle, and they're done. And you have to think like there are paradigm shifts that are happening every day. We're learning new things every day, and we have to take those into account. We have to learn, we have to adapt, and we have to change how we think to match where the world is going.
All right, folks, you heard it here. There's no getting around doing the work. You just can't show up and drop the tools. You got to actually do the thing. Guys, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much. This was a lot of fun.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Pleasure. Folks, we've come to the end. Believe it or not, after 3 days, we're going to call it a day here. We want to thank you all for spending your time with us. We want to thank the Open Source Summit folks for having us. And we look forward to coming back to the next show. And we hope that you'll join us. Once again, on behalf of Techstrong Group, thank you all and good night.